Welcome to PBCJ's live coverage of the Lower House. I'm Simone Absalom Gale. The session will start with prayers, followed by a roll call of those in attendance. This is usually followed by questions and answers to questions, statements by ministers, items under public business, and private members' motions. But before we begin, let's try a parliamentary trivia question. True or false? The Jamaican Constitution 1962 was drafted by a bipartisan joint committee of the Jamaican legislature. Get the answer at the end of this introduction. On the session's agenda, under statements by ministers, Minister of Labour and Social Security, Pearnel Charles Jr., is down to address the members. Under public business, the Jamaica Tourist Board Act 2025 is to be tabled and taken. Bear in mind that the Jamaica Tourist Board, JTB, is tasked with developing and promoting all aspects of the Jamaican tourism industry. This includes advertising and publicizing Jamaica as a tourist destination, securing adequate transportation and accommodation for tourists, and undertaking research to improve the tourism industry and control undesirable factors. The Jamaica Promotions Corporation Amendment Bill 2025 is to be tabled and taken. The bill is aimed at strengthening the country's service sector and attracting businesses. The bill seeks to create a more supportive environment for companies. The first supplementary estimates for the financial year 2025-2026 is to be tabled and taken. You should know that these estimates are documents that outline adjustments to the originally approved budget. It can involve increases or decreases in expenditure based on factors like revenue fluctuations, project needs, or policy change. The first supplementary estimates are released by the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service. It should be noted that the agenda can be adjusted with items being added, removed, or replaced. If you are planning to attend a parliamentary session, here are some rules to keep in mind. No visitor shall create any act of disorder within the precincts of the House. No visitor shall be admitted to the House without first obtaining an admission card. Visitors who remain within the precincts of the House during a suspension of the session are asked to keep silent. It's almost time to go to the main event, but before that, let's get the answer to our trivia question. We asked, true or false? The Jamaican Constitution 1962 was drafted by a bipartisan joint committee of the Jamaican legislature. It's true. It came into force with the Jamaica Independence Act 1962 of the UK Parliament, which gave Jamaica political independence. The Jamaican government intends to lead the country on its journey to become a republic. The process will include a national referendum. Stay with us. The proceedings will begin in a few moments.
We want a peace for Jamaica. Yeah. We have to be our brother's keeper. Yeah. Jamaica live good, yeah. I make we enjoy life. Want we feel safe at night. Jamaica live good. I better you and I. No say we future bright. Jamaica live good. Come together as one. I make the violence the world.
The hurricane season runs from June 1 through November 30. It normally peaks between August and October. Be prepared. Secure the outside of your home. Check the roof of your house and repair areas that might leak. Also, make sure that zinc sheeting is properly fastened. Trim all large trees within 10 feet of your house. Remove patio furniture, potted plants, garbage bins, and toys and place them inside the home. The wind can turn them into missiles. Cover windows with storm shutters. If you don't have storm shutters, use plyboard to cover windows and glass doors. Monitor your radio or television for weather updates and instructions. Be prepared.
Me, I go show them my way of justice.
I'm abused.
I need legal advice. I don't deserve this.
The truth of the matter is, justice there for all of we. The Ministry of Justice has trained more than 5,600 persons in restorative justice practices. More than 200,000 victims have been supported by the victim services. Legal aid has reached thousands island-wide. Make we talk it out, not fight it out. Call 888 Justice today.
Jamaica is your homeland. You are not homeless or stateless. What we are trying to build here is a place where every Jamaican can feel proud and comfortable to come back home. That's what we want to build here, your homeland. And if you're finding it difficult where you are, come back here. Ackee and saltfish was always good. It's on the tree, you can get it. Don't stay there and suffer. Come back home. But as I said before, don't come back here to destroy your homeland and what we have been working very hard to create so that you wouldn't have had to leave in the first place. And as I said, we have been making strides in that regard. So expect to be dealt with a firm hand if your intent is criminal. Come back and let us build your homeland so that you can stand up with pride with the citizens of the world about your country. That you don't have to be economic refugees. That's what it is about. Disabuse yourself of this notion that you can only make it through crime and therefore you're going to join a gang and become a part of the problem. I appeal to all of you who have been exposed overseas and see what prosperity is like. Come back home and let us work together to build the prosperous nation that Jamaica is destined to be.
Jamaica, I can help you protect our citizens.
Jamaica Eye will play a part in increasing your public safety.
Jamaica Eye is part of an island-wide network of camera surveillance systems designed to increase the safety of you, our citizens. If you have a camera system outside your home or office facing a public space, log on to jamaicaeye.gov.jm today. Jamaica Eye, we're all connected. The Ministry of National Security, creating a safer and prosperous Jamaica.
Most Jamaicans will tell you corruption in politics is deep-rooted, and that's just so it's said, and nothing can do about that. But actually, there is, and another 152 countries are doing it. It's called asset declaration, and it works best where citizens themselves understand it and help to ensure the law is enforced. Corruption happens when public officials abuse their power to benefit themselves, family, or associates. Jamaica's Integrity Commission Act was designed to prevent corruption, and here are 5 things you should know. 1. Under this law, every year MPs and senators must report what they earn, own, and owe, and if they don't, they'll be sanctioned. 2. Their report must include the same kind of information for their wife or husband and children. 3. If they get a gift worth more than $100,000 from anyone who's not family, they must declare it. 4. A summary of the declarations of our Prime Minister and opposition leader must be published where the public can read it. 5. Parliamentarians can now be prosecuted by the Integrity Commission. They can be fined up to $2 million or serve up to 2 years in prison if they don't file the declaration or if they give false information, and $500,000 for not filing on time or ignoring requests for information. Unfortunately, our parliamentarians made changes that prevent the public from knowing when they've broken the law or when they're being investigated. We really need to change that. Visit jampja.org to find out more about the Act and to track if your MP is obeying this law. If they're not, JAMP's MP Tracker will help you write, tweet, or call your MP. Ask them, you submit your declaration yet? The Integrity Commission clear you? Let's help the Parliament stay honest. A message from the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal, funded by the European Union and the Inter-American Development Bank in partnership with the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica.
Do your part to prevent mosquito breeding. Mosquitoes will breed in any container that holds water.
Tightly cover water storage containers such as drums, barrels, buckets and tanks. If this cannot be done, pour cooking oil on the water surface. Punch holes in all tins, plastics and beverage boxes to prevent the collection of water before disposal. Cover all tires or fill with dirt to prevent water collection. Scrub all vases once per week to remove mosquito eggs. Use mosquito repellents to protect yourself from mosquito bites. Dispose of garbage properly by placing in plastic bags and securing properly to prevent water collection.
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Dengue is ordinarily a mild disease. Persons may get a fever, headache, joint and muscle pains. The illness is often resolved through rest and adequate hydration along with paracetamol to treat the accompanying fever. However, on occasions the illness can progress to severe dengue, which can result in organ failure, bleeding and severe fluid depletion that can lead to shock and even death. Therefore, it is important for persons who are experiencing fever, vomiting, severe abdominal pain, bleeding under the skin, feeling very weak, or getting confused to seek immediate attention. Let us work together to protect ourselves against dengue.
Zoom in on the nutrition facts. It there in the table on the side or the back. If you check out the servings, just do the maths. Not taking too much, figure below the facts. Zoom in on the nutrition facts. It there in the table on the side or the back. Take note of the sodium, the sugars and the fats. 5% or less in the on the right track. You for zoom in on the nutrition facts. It there in the table on the side or the back. Vitamins, minerals and vitamin 2, 20% and more that good for you. Nutrition facts. You feel check the nutrition facts. You feel check the nutrition facts. Less sugar, less salt intake, and less fat. You feel
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness, Jamaica Moves, the Heart Foundation of Jamaica, the National Health Fund, and JAP.
The following is brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister. Your government is empowering you through education, training, and development. That is why we have removed all fees for every Jamaican accessing training through the Heart NSTA Trust. So, whatever you desire training in, food and hospitality, beauty and cosmetology, housekeeping and hotel management, welding, carpentry, masonry, or any of the dozens of programs Heart offers, you can enroll completely free and change your life. We are building Jamaica.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Me, I go show them my way of justice.
I'm abused.
I need legal advice. I don't deserve this.
The truth of the matter is, justice there for all of we. The Ministry of Justice has trained more than 5,600 persons in restorative justice practices. More than 200,000 victims have been supported by the victim services. Legal aid has reached thousands island-wide. Make we talk it out, not fight it out. Call 888 Justice today.
Remember that big project the government announced them was going to from when? You ever get yourself a wonder what happened to it? Stop wonder like an outsider and start move like the country belong to you. You have a right to publicly owned information, and the Access to Information Act gives you that power. I know you have enough questions about how government are run or not run, so let me show you how it works. Say mosquito spraying going on in your community, your children asthmatic and you want to know what chemicals are in it. Or what about that Auditor General report on a public official getting twice his salary with no proper approval? Is your taxes and you want to know if they paid it back? First, do some basic searching to see what is already on government websites. If you don't see what you're looking for, make a formal ATI request by completing the application form on the ATI site or sending a letter or email. And remember, you don't have to say why you need it. It is your right to know. Make sure you send your request to the right agency, and once they confirm receipt, they get 30 calendar days to provide the information. A maximum of 60 if extra time is needed. Yes, I know you want access to everything, but sensitive documents are protected from the public for up to 20 years. For example, documents that would expose a citizen's personal privacy, or those dealing with cabinet discussions, the Governor General's office, or information on the investigative activities of the security forces. Any public officer who tries to destroy or hide any official document can be sanctioned. And if you're having difficulties, the ATI unit will help. So, what if the chemicals in the mosquito spray are toxic? What if the agency did not even try to get back the money they paid out? Call or email your MP. Share the concern, because as your elected representative, they can represent your questions to the government ministers in the House. Remember, it is the job of parliamentarians to monitor and hold the government to account on your behalf. Is not every country gives citizens this kind of power, you know? And at 20 years we have this law, and we barely use it. So access information and mind your business, Jamaica. Visit jampja.org today to see what information we access to make it easier for you to hold the government to account. Let's do our job to make Jamaica land we love, Jamaica land we own, and Jamaica land we run well. A message from the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal, funded by the European Union in partnership with the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica.
In Jamaica, there needs to be one law for all. Every member of this society, regardless of profession, finances, or the area you live in.
I have some bad news.
The company didn't get the contract?
The money they paid us for it has gotten out.
Are you serious?
I'm afraid so, and I understand that there are going to be corruption charges.
Minister, please come with us, sir.
Breaking news. A senior politician and senior civil servant have been charged for corruption.
Thank God not all of them stay, sir.
Build integrity. One law for all.
A message from NIA.
Are you an entrepreneur producing an excellent Jamaican product or service? Did you know you can earn hard currency and more significant returns by exporting? Contact the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce to help propel your business along the export lane.
Everything you can produce, the Jamaicans overseas want it. We're not going to get rich by just bringing down the debt. We're going to get rich by exporting a lot more. So grow exports, create job opportunities, drive economic growth through exports to make Jamaica a richer and much more prosperous country.
Washing your hands properly can help keep you and others safe. Remember to wash often, especially before eating or touching your face.
We and the youths united against corruption, changing the world and the way we function. The youths united against corruption, changing the world and the way we function. You remember the youth, them are we future leaders, policy creators, decision makers. As if them are not just the cornerstone, but a crucial part to a better tomorrow. United against corruption, changing the world and the way we function. The youths united against corruption.
A message from the Integrity Commission.
What is the role of a backbencher in government? I'm glad you asked. They're members of parliament who are not appointed to cabinet. So they sit in the back of the legislature and they apply pressure. They examine what government legislates, participate in parliament debates, raise issues and advocate and question chamber when things don't look straight. Backbenchers represent the constituents in parliament. Backbenchers oversee the interests of citizens, you and me. But how can they be agents of government accountability after them no hold no portfolio? And them and a minister? No. So then how can they facilitate government transparency? And the next thing, them and a front bencher. So how them affect me? You see, a lot of work is in committees. So these portfolio-free MPs with less dire responsibilities are more accessible to you and me. So they help with policy, but it helps if we engage them, you see. So they're not just in the back benches, but on the ground, in the trenches. Though in the back of parliament, we're at the front of their cause. So pause. Find your backbencher at jampja.org.
Na. We want a peace for Jamaica. Yeah. We have to be our brother's keeper. Yeah. Jamaica live good, yeah. I make we enjoy life. Want we feel safe at night. Jamaica live good. I better you and I. No say we future bright. Jamaica live good. Come together as one. I make the violence the world.
Nah, click on your link for my liquor brother. Pre that slap, bro. We no need that. And the next thing them type of song they are listening online. What kind of thing that some big man pose up on them profile and a put chat to a small child. Watch yourself on social media when you a post boxes. No do nothing too wild. What if your little brother said a post ya? What if your bro dead in a crime video ya? What if your little sister take a one pic and it a put up everywhere like it's a poster? Before me share the post, the pic, I ask myself what if I nah comment, I nah go click me. Before me ask what if I nah comment, I nah go click me. Before me ask what if so before you share the post, the link, just ask yourself what if yeah. When you're there online, make it a new day at the rhyme. Keep up with the time. Broadcasting Commissioner remind you.
Motorists, as Minister of Justice, I appeal to you, obey the road code, pay your ticket on time, and only go to court if the ticket is being contested. Close to 80% of matters coming to the parish courts are for traffic breaches. Let's work together to make our roads safe and ease the burden on our courts.
Most major illnesses that affect Jamaicans are caused by unhealthy lifestyles. Over 50% of Jamaicans are overweight. 1 in 3 Jamaicans has high blood pressure. 1 in 8 Jamaicans has diabetes. 17% of Jamaicans have high cholesterol. A healthy lifestyle can reduce the risk of most of these diseases. Things like regular exercise and adequate rest can play an important role in maintaining good health. The other major consideration is eating healthy. The question is, how do you walk into a restaurant or fast food outlet and identify the healthier menu items? Better For You is an initiative to help Jamaicans to eat healthier. Restaurants and fast food outlets can voluntarily participate by identifying the items on their menu that meet the food-based dietary guidelines for Jamaica. These menu items would be easily identified with the Better For You logo, so customers can quickly identify healthier meal options by looking at the menu or menu board. Once they see the Better For You logo, they can confidently order that menu item, knowing that it's a healthier choice. Better For You will help Jamaicans to make better choices and prompt restaurants to add better options to their menu. Better For You is better for everyone. Good health begins with better choices.
Cook it up and make we steam it. Fresh so me need it, tilapia a real fish. Cook it up and make we roast it. Farm fresh so me need it, tilapia a real fish. Grow smart at the best part. Food for thought, so me have to eat smart. Easy catch, fully net. A tilapia, so you don't know what's next. Cook it up and make it fry it. Fresh, so me need it. Tilapia, a real fish. Bring home the best in freshwater fish. High content of vitamin B3, protein, and potassium. Tilapia, simple, healthy, delicious.
Speeding kills. Obey the speed limit. A message from the Road Safety Unit in the Ministry of Transport and Mining.
So who keeps our taxpayer money in check? Well, the PAAC and PAAC help watch over the country's budget. And one might sound like it just have an extra A, but they're way different. Here's how. The PAAC and PAC are two committees that watch the money. The Public Accounts Committee reviews government projects after them close. They do a post-audit check to see what problems arose with the costs and call officials to explain decisions that cause budget mismanagement. And then they recommend corrective action. So the problem will happen from when, not happen again. But what about the money we are spending right now? The PAAC. That's how Public Administration and Appropriations Committee pretty much means your money will protect as it happen, we check. While projects go on, things are accurate. As government spend the nation's budget, PAAC reviews it. They examine proposals and summon officials to find problems before them don't use it. So the PAC and PAAC are two parliamentary committees that watch over the country's wallet to protect the budget and keep it in check. And you can get involved. Just visit jampja.org.
A new story is being written for all Jamaicans. The Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation is on a mission to transform lives. From increasing access to potable water, providing secure homes for the most vulnerable, and helping you own a piece of the rock, we're revitalizing communities and preserving our environment. We're making an impact. See the difference. Feel the difference. Building a better Jamaica for you and me.
You can feel it. Make JC.
Apply to the Heart NSTA Trust. Learn a new skill and expand your horizons. Your government has made it completely free to you.
Motorists, as Minister of Justice, I appeal to you, obey the road code, pay your ticket on time, and only go to court if the ticket is being contested. Close to 80% of matters coming to the parish courts are for traffic breaches. Let's work together to make our roads safe and ease the burden on our courts.
Diabetes is high glucose level in the bloodstream. In Jamaica, we have 236,200 people living with diabetes that are known. It's a chronic illness, therefore it's not curable, sad to say, but it can be controlled through proper monitoring such as dieting, exercise, medication, the checking of the glucose level, and consultation with your physician. It is our duty to give care to patients that are diabetic. Whether you're a member or non-member, you can see our consultations. We have a wide range of services that we offer to patients, such as diet plan, our diabetes education, also to teach patients about diabetes, how to monitor themselves and to manage diabetes, to check their blood glucose level and how to treat themselves. At the DHA, we have our Life for a Child program that's for patients 0 to 25. What we offer to them is free insulin, free Lancet, free blood sugar machine, also education and support group for them. You can call us at 927-6774 and you can speak with Nurse Nicorine Knight. She's a clinic coordinator and she will educate you and walk you through the step of what is to be done.
Do you wish there were a way your community could get funding to improve a school, health center, sports program, and more? There is. It's the Constituency Development Fund. Here are a few things you probably didn't know about the CDF and how you can make it work better for you. The CDF policy promotes citizen participation in community development and protection of taxpayers' funds. It outlines that MPs are to meet with citizens at least once every 2 years to agree on the projects needed. You know, it used to be one.
Almighty God, by whom alone kings reign and princes decree justice, and from whom alone cometh all counsel, wisdom, and understanding, we thine unworthy servants here gathered together in thy name do most humbly beseech thee to send down thy heavenly wisdom from above to direct and guide us in all our consultations. And grant that we, having thy fear always before our eyes, and laying aside all private interests, prejudices, and partial affections, the result of all our counsel may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion and justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the king, the public weal, peace, and tranquility of the island, and the uniting and knitting together of the hearts of all persons and estate within the same, in true Christian love and charity, one towards another, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
This Honourable House now resume its sitting. I wish to welcome all to this sitting of this Honourable House of Representatives this Tuesday, July 1, 2025. And as always, it is an honor and privilege to do so. I would like to extend a special welcome to those persons who are in the gallery, Region 1, Hart NSTA Trust trainees, and Grace Kennedy Birthright Program. Also to those who are joining us by way of live stream and PBCJ. Thank you all for coming. Call of the roll.
Mrs. Holness, Mr. Bartlett, Dr. Holness, Dr. Chang, Mrs. Williams, Ms. Grange, Mr. Mackenzie, Mr. Chuck, Mr. Vaz, Dr. Tufton, Mrs. Malahoo Fort, Mr. Green, Mr. Charles Jr., Mr. Matthew Samuda, Mr. Morgan, Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn, Mr. Main, Mr. Davis, Mr. Terrelong, Mr. Hutchinson, Mr. Witter, Dr. Dunn, Mr. Brown, Dr. Brown-Burke, Dr. Charles, Mr. Chin, Mr. Cousins, Ms. Crawford, Ms. Daly, Mrs. Dalrymple Filbert, Ms. Davis, Mr. Golding, Mr. Graham, Dr. Guy, Ms. Hamilton, Ms. Hannah, Mr. Enriquez, Mr. Henry, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Lawrence, Ms. Lee, Mr. Miller, Mr. Montague, Ms. Morrison, Mrs. Nita Garvey, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Phillips, Dr. Phillips, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Mr. Carl Samuda, Mr. Shaw, Mr. Siblis, Mr. Slowly, Mr. Smith, Mrs. Vaz, Mr. Warmington, Dr. Wheatley, Mr. Williams, Mr. Wilson, and Mr. Wright. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Statement by ministers. House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask for the suspension of items on the agenda up to notices of motion given orally.
The request is on the floor. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Notice of motion given orally.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motion. Be it resolved that the Education Amendment Regulations 2025, which were laid on the table of the House on the first day of July 2025, be referred to the Regulations Committee of the House of Representatives for consideration and report. Mr. Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motion. Be it resolved that the first supplementary estimates for the financial year 2025-2026, as laid on the table of the House on the first day of July 2025, be referred to the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee of the House of Representatives for consideration and report. Mr. Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I ask for the recommittal of the item announcements.
The question is on the floor. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. Madam.
Laid on the table of the House are the following: annual report and audited financial statements of the Sports Development Foundation for the calendar year 2021. Annual report of the Integrity Commission for the financial year 2024-2025. Planning Institute of Jamaica Economic and Social Survey Jamaica 2024. First Supplementary Estimates 2025-2026. The Education Amendment Regulations 2025 Schedule C under the Education Act. And by way of information, the report of the Special Select Committee of the Senate to consider and report on a private member's motion proposing the creation of legislation for the care and protection of older persons. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So just housekeeping? No. By way of the procedures, we are asking that both announcements be given, or notices be given over. Minister of Finance, you.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motion. Be it resolved that the first supplementary estimates for the financial year 2025-2026, as laid on the table of the House on the first day of July 2025, be referred to the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee of the House of Representatives for consideration and report. Mr. Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motion. Be it resolved that the Education Amendment Regulations 2025, which were laid on the table of the House on the first day of July 2025, be referred to the Regulations Committee of the House of Representatives for consideration and report. Mr. Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion.
Question and answers to question. Motion that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice. Motion relating to sitting of the House. Motion for leave to introduce bills. Presentations of bills without leave of the House first obtained.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, this Honourable House would have taken note that on the 29th day of October 2024, the Minister of Tourism gave notice that at the next meeting of the House, he would move to introduce and have read a first time a bill shortly entitled the Representation of the People Amendment Act 2024. Mr. Speaker, I now seek the leave of the House to withdraw the bill.
The request is on the floor. Those in favor? Those against?
Mr. Speaker, I'm so sorry to do this, but can the Minister just remind us what was that about and when it was actually tabled? Because I just need to be able to recollect what it was about.
It is the wish of the House that the bill be withdrawn. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Public business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
The question is that the standing order be suspended. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, there is no need to debate this matter, so I therefore ask that the motion be approved.
The request is on the floor. The question is that the motion, notice of which the member gave earlier, be approved. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
The question is that the standing order be suspended to enable the Minister of Finance and the Public Service to take the motion, notice of which he gave earlier. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I now ask that the motion be approved.
The question is that the motion be approved. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Motion has been approved. House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now ask, Mr. Speaker, that the House grant leave to members of the PAAC to enable the committee to meet to consider the first supplementary estimates for the financial year 2025 to 2026.
The question is that the meeting of the House be suspended. So I now put to the floor that the House be suspended for the PAAC to meet. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. So we're asking that other members can leave, take a recess whilst the PAAC members meet.
Mr. Speaker, I was asking for the House to grant leave to the members of the PAAC. Of course, that is subject to if we will have a quorum once those members leave. So I want to consult with the Leader of Opposition Business, to see if the members, and this is in the interest of continuing the work of the House while the PAAC meets. right?
Order.
And we could meet in another place.
Any discussions that will arise, sir, as a consequence of that has to be done privately because the House has been suspended.
Members.
So, Mr. Speaker, just to make it clear what I'm asking the House to approve through you, I ask that the House be granted leave to members of the PAAC to enable them to meet to consider the first supplementary estimates for the financial year 2025 to 2026. Once that is granted, we will continue the business of the House. Thank you.
So the request was for the granting of leave of members of the PAAC so that they could go and deliberate on the first supplementary bill. The first supplementary estimate. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it, and so the members can take their leave while we continue the business of the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much. I now ask for the recommittal of items on the agenda, beginning with statement by ministers. Thank you.
Statement by ministers.
Mr. Speaker, I will advise now that the Minister of Labour and Social Security wishes to make a statement. And he will circulate copies that are available. You have copies, Minister? Please, so we can. Right. Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While the copies are being circulated, I'll proceed. And with me today, Mr. Speaker, is the team from the Ministry of Labour and Social Security. And the matter of relevance is the $1 billion Solidarity Program. Mr. Speaker, it is with a deep sense of duty and purpose that I stand to inform and place on the Hansard record of this Honourable House the official launch of the $1 billion Solidarity Program, a flagship initiative led by the Ministry of Labour and Social Security, launched by our Prime Minister recently, June 25th, 2025, and launched at the office of our Prime Minister, Dr. the Most Honourable Andrew Holness. This initiative, Mr. Speaker, is a very critical, important statement from the Government of Jamaica, reflecting our enduring commitment to social justice, equity, inclusive development, and our continued commitment to ensuring that no Jamaican is left behind. The Solidarity Program is not just about the cash grant. Mr. Speaker, it is about dignity, visibility, and access. It provides, yes, a one-time cash grant of $20,000 to 50,000 vulnerable individuals who have never received support under any existing national social assistance program, including PAAC, Poor Relief, Social Pension, NIS pension, or the reverse income tax credit. This program, this initiative, applies a new model of inclusion, Mr. Speaker. It is important to highlight then, and very, very important for those watching or listening to understand, it is not intended to be, as other initiatives relying on the digital platform have been, a first-come, first-served initiative. While that method has served many programs well in the past, the Solidarity Program, which is unique, is a fundamentally different kind of intervention. It is specifically designed to correct historical patterns of systemic exclusion. If we were to use a speed-based open access model, what it would do is it would be very efficient, but it would also inevitably leave out those persons who are least connected, who don't have internet access, who don't have the capacity, whether it is through low literacy or where they're living, they may be in social isolation. Whatever their circumstances, they would obviously not have the same ability to access the program. And these are exactly the persons primarily who we are trying to reach and to get onto the Solidarity Program. This is why the Solidarity Program is built on a strategic inclusion framework focused on fairness and equity, one that identifies and prioritizes those who are most vulnerable and often unseen to avoid systemic exclusion. This includes the elderly without formal support, youth who are not now employed, they're not in training, they're not in school, persons with disabilities who are in need, informal or low-income workers who are in need, the medically indigent, micro-business owners who have been affected by disaster within the last year, and the several Jamaicans who we know have never before been able to register for any of these programs for lack of the required documentation, particularly having no birth certificate. So, Mr. Speaker, we have a team that is working very hard, and we have ensured to make it clear that this is to be more than just financial support, more than just a one-off boost of financial relief. The program is to serve as a bridge to opportunity. Beneficiaries will be referred to a network of essential government services, healthcare, skills training, employment support, civil registration to get their birth certificates, to register for NIS, to register for PAAC, or whatever it is that is required to assist them, to lift them up, and to provide a sustainable pathway out of their current situation. In this way, Mr. Speaker, the Solidarity Program does more than offer a lifeline. It provides, as we said, that bridge towards other opportunities. A youngster who is not now in school, not now employed, and not now in training, who is to receive from this program the $20,000 grant, will be asked, will be assessed with the hope that we can get that person into some formalized training, into some skills training, and to provide them with some other opportunity. Mr. Speaker, we are proud that the program will be the first initiative to be facilitated through the Gov Payout, the government's new digital payment platform. This is to enable us, and will enable us, secure, timely, and traceable disbursement of funds, primarily using direct bank transfers. And for individuals who are not members of a financial institution or don't have any bank account, access will be facilitated through Paymaster and other authorized remittance agents, ensuring again that no one is left behind. And I want to take the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, if you will permit me, just to highlight and acknowledge the team members from the Ministry of Labour and Social Security who are here. We have Permanent Secretary Jennings, who is here in the well, CTD, Dare Williams, Director of Social Security, Miss Suzette Morris, and you have to say it with the accent on the Z. And we have our newly minted Director of Public Assistance, Miss Anderson Thomas. They have worked well as a team, Mr. Speaker, with the Jamaica team, which is formerly called eGov, to ensure that we collaborate for this digital platform to be as efficient and effective as possible. The strategic partnerships then are critical. And outside of that partnership, which is needed for us to bring persons onto the platform, the delivery of the program is being executed also very closely in collaboration with HEART, NSTA Trust, with the JCPD, the Jamaica Council for Persons with Disabilities, the Registrar General's Department, the National Health Fund, the National Insurance Scheme, the Electoral Office of Jamaica, and the Tax Administration Jamaica. And of course, for obvious reasons, because those will be necessary for us to work together, of course, to bring persons into the formal economy and to provide them with that opportunity. Beneficiaries will be identified using three main channels, Mr. Speaker. Number one, and this which has started with the orientation of MPs, is the Member of Parliament's and civil society referrals, which will take the bulk. And for those who are asking why, let me explain clearly. Because we do not want this program to be, as the previous programs are, based on first come, first served, or whoever has the capacity or the access, the members of Parliament are thought to be the elected officials who would have the best grasp to work with their teams in the constituencies to help to identify persons who fit within the eligibility criteria. And those persons, even within those criteria, the 7, that are most in need, most vulnerable. So we'll be working with the MPs, and it has started already with the orientation process for MPs yesterday morning and this morning. In addition to that, the civil society referrals will include NGOs, churches, and other community groups. And just to indicate for those members of Parliament, I know that a few had indicated that they could not come on the program yesterday or even the one today. Not to worry. We'll have officers that are assigned to assist you and to orient you and your teams if it is that you weren't able to join for either of the days. Secondly, is the ministry-led outreach by our liaison officers. So we will have officers dedicated to this program, trained personnel from the Ministry of Labour and Social Security that will go out into the community, some based on the request of the members of Parliament, others based on our own evaluation of spaces that are remote or where we have data that shows that we should go there, direct community engagement to mobilize and to ensure that we can actively locate and register the most disadvantaged, ensuring that they are not excluded due to timing, lack of information, or digital barriers. I want to pause, Mr. Speaker, just again to reiterate that the program is not anticipated, colleagues, to be easy. It's not anticipated to be, again, first come, first serve, whatever is most efficient or fastest to be done. No. If we do it in that way, we would inevitably leave out the persons that are most disadvantaged. So we have a team of persons from the ministry working with our Social Security team in particular and Permanent Secretary that are trained to give the support to MPs, give the support to the civil society groups, but more importantly for them themselves to get out there and to locate and register. Lastly is the self-referral through the digital platform. And of course, we've made the platform as user-friendly as possible, primarily because it is not just independent persons who are expected to upload or to apply. Even the members of Parliament, even those who refer through civil society, will have to upload using the digital platform, because it is through that platform that we will be able to validate persons to determine that they are eligible. So all persons will be uploaded through the digital platform. This third channel of self-referral is expected only to be activated after the first two have gone some distance. And again, the goal is not as before to open up and have the persons who can sign up fast, but rather to take some time to work with the stakeholders to identify the right persons. The rollout follows 3 strategic phases.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that the Minister be allowed sufficient time to complete his presentation. Thank you.
The request is on the floor that the Minister be allowed sufficient time to complete his presentation. Those in favour? Those against, the ayes have it. Minister, you may continue. Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, the rollout, as I said, will follow the 3 strategic phases. Phase 1 will see us focusing on the MP-led referrals, which we have started already. And that will see us orienting, working with MPs, training their teams, giving them support so that they can get through the growing pains, the initial pains, and start to submit the applications for and on behalf of the eligible individuals. Phase 2 will see us engaging the civil society groups, including churches, and phase 3 will be for the individual referrals. Now, as a matter of support system, Mr. Speaker, A comprehensive national public education campaign will also follow the phases as they roll out, and we will utilize traditional and digital media, SMS, voice messaging, helplines, every possible means to ensure that we get the information out, and more importantly, that we will create facilities to receive questions from the public where they have any queries or concerns. We have helplines that we have indicated at the launch. I'll just reiterate them. 3 helplines: 876-676-5699, 876-676-5697, 876-922-8000-13. Again, as I mentioned those, let me say to the public one more time. The digital platform is not live for individuals to go on and make submissions. We've received several calls about that, so I just want to clarify that. The first phase will be for the members of Parliament, and I've explained why. Training workshops for key stakeholders have already started, with the members of Parliament having workshops yesterday morning and this morning, and more to come where necessary. And the ministry stands ready to assist with any technical or administrative challenges, and we will facilitate all members of Parliament and their teams in that regard. I've already started to get calls, and we've already started to apply officers to teams to give them the support. So, Mr. Speaker, in closing, the Solidarity Program is much more than just a financial intervention. It is a testament to the government's people-centered approach, inclusive, data-driven, and compassionate. It reflects a new generation of governance, where public policy is intentional about equity and where vulnerability does not mean invisibility. So let us continue together in solidarity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, I have some questions. First, can you tell us about the verification process once applications are received? And I ask because there are a number of other programs that persons benefit from, whether they be PAAC, poor relief. Are all of those persons who are on other programs applicable to sign up for this one? That's the first question. And then what would be the process on the part of the ministry to determine whether somebody is in fact in need? Because anybody can apply, we can refer anybody. What steps are you going to go through to determine that John Brown is not just trying to quote the game and don't really need the money, but this person actually needs it? Secondly, the allocation, and I am one of the MPs. I wasn't able to make either yesterday or today, so I would welcome the opportunity for a session. So I had somebody from my office attend, but I still, for myself, I would like to participate. So I'd welcome an opportunity for that. Secondly, MPs will make recommendations of 300 persons. That puts you at 18,900. So there are about 31,000 outside the MP network. So those would be the persons in the second or the third phase that would, on their own, go and apply. If you can, you can verify that for me. And then could you indicate what is the anticipated time frame between somebody making an application to verification to payout to the paymaster or whoever the remittance agency is? Is that you anticipate all being well 6 weeks, 8 weeks? What kind of time frame are we talking about? And then if, for example, there are more than 300 persons that, all right, I submit 300 for my constituency, but later on, other persons independent of me come from my constituency. That's not going to be an issue once my 300 quota has been met. If persons within my constituency independently apply, verified, and are get paid. That's not part of my list, and those people would be okay nonetheless. So if you could answer those questions for me.
Thank you, member. Excellent questions, by the way. Thank you. As it relates to the verification process, the digital platform has incorporated into it the data analytics that will allow for system validation, which is why, unlike the other programs where we could have received from you maybe a paper document with the names of beneficiaries that you have identified, this one requires even you as Member of Parliament to upload the names because it will be automatically validated based on how the system backend is constructed. Pardon? No, well, only to construct the backend that will allow for us immediately to have validation across all of the various lists, whether it is path, whether it is reverse tax, whatever list, to check whether you're on any of those things prior to this application.
So just to be clear, so if you have already benefited from one of those, you will not get this one, just to be clear.
So exactly. So if you are already benefiting from PATH, if you are already benefiting from social pension, then you are not expected to be an applicant for this. This program is particularly for those persons who are not now within the government's reach of services and who have never been able to register because of some barrier, whether documentation or they live in some remote area, just haven't heard, or whatever it is. Which is why I said this is not expected to only be easy and efficient. We're going to have to take some time to work with you and your teams to do some of the hard work to get persons into the formal economy. So yes, that's system validation. Secondly, you spoke about the anticipated time frame. Now, verification should happen immediately. Once you upload, there should be an immediate validation, unless it is, well, and also a second almost checking from the ministry staff as well, if necessary. So that should be an automatic process of validating whether the person who is uploaded is eligible. But the other processes should take within 2 to 4 weeks. Again, we're giving ourselves some room to make sure that everything is working, because this is the first time we've had this kind of platform, of course. But that is what the estimate is right now. Also, I'll indicate that there are some persons who, because of their circumstance, will be required to upload other documents. So let us say you will require attestation by a JP. You will get the allowance to upload that document into the system as well that your JP has signed to say you are who you are. Remember, before, those persons who don't have the proper documentation would simply be rejected, meaning you would not be eligible to even apply. In this case, we have created different mechanisms and modalities to ensure that we can bring as many persons into the program as possible. So if you do not have, for instance, a bank account, you can nominate a proxy. If you don't have a birth certificate, then you can nominate or get attestation through a JP to establish your identity, for us to be able to work with you as best as possible, for you to get into the system firstly, and then to hope that you get onto the program to get your birth certificate. Moving on. You said that you asked a question regarding persons from your constituency and whether those persons, if they apply independently when that phase opens, if there'll be any issue, there will be no issue. No issue at all. Why we're doing it in this phased approach and why we're not opening to the public widely first is because we want to work with the primary stakeholders who we not just assume, who we know will be capable of collaborating with us to identify the most disadvantaged. Thereafter, we will open up the program. And it's expected that anyone who is eligible at that point in time will get an opportunity to apply. I wanted to also be clear that, for instance, persons who have any medical issue, if they have to prove it, for instance, they can put that note, they can upload that into the system, and the team will be there with you to guide you and show you how that will be done. So there is some human involvement in that regard to ensure that documentation is valid and that it is accurately and satisfactorily uploaded into our systems.
2 follow-ups. Could you indicate, you said if somebody is already on an assistance program, they won't qualify. Now, in many cases, the person won't necessarily tell us, the Member of Parliament or our office, that they are benefiting from another program. So is it that once that information is uploaded and you verify the TRN and you figure out that this person is already on path, it automatically denies them, and that doesn't reduce my 1 or 2 out of my 300? Is that an immediate denial? That's the first question. And then secondly, when will the first phase, which involves the recommendations from the MPs, close? So that, well, I assume because we did the training yesterday and today, it would be open. Is the portal up? No, but when would that, when would that phase close for MPs, the cutoff period for that first phase? No.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, yes, the validation is immediate. So if you are uploading 5 persons for today, and one of the persons come to you and are trying to mislead you, they will be rejected immediately. So you'll be able to identify, or the back end is built out to reject them immediately. No duplicates will be allowed. And that shouldn't affect your quota in any way, because they won't be registered, so it wouldn't take from your quota. Yes? Pardon? Yes, yes. And in terms of the cutoff, we have indicated that we want to close off this program at the end of the calendar year. And so we have suggested to members of Parliament that they moved as swiftly as you can. Your 300 quota is your quota. December. We're trying to close off all of the registration and so by the end of the calendar year. If it goes beyond that, not an issue. But that's where we're estimating now. By December. So you're asking me what's the timelines for you to upload your 300. And I'm saying to you that it's a matter for you as a Member of Parliament to determine how fast you're going to identify and upload your 300. We will be here to give you the support as best as possible. We have estimated, hear me please, listen. We have estimated based on our timelines that we would want members of Parliament to make their upload by end of October. That's what we have estimated. However, remember now, the genesis of this program is on the basis that we understand that we're trying to do what has been difficult to be done before. This is not an easy program. It's not something that's going to happen with a snap of a finger. So for some members of Parliament, if there's difficulty, again, we will be there to work with you as best as possible.
Quickly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, just for clarification, the phases that you have outlined in your presentation, when would phase 2 and in particular phase 3 begin? Phase 3 being when members of the public can apply on their own and not through either an MP or a faith-based or civil society group. When will the public be, because I've already had people asking me that, and so I'd love to know when that will open. Secondly, what is it? Is the allocation of the 50,000 less the 300,000 per MP, which is what was the number? 18,000 a match. So the difference, which is presumably for the other 2 phases, is that on a first-come, first-served basis if they're eligible? What's the criteria for allocating that, let us say, 28,000 or whatever it is, 31,000. Yeah.
Thank you. Again, good question. The phases, as indicated, will start with the members of Parliament, and we are already starting to reach out to civil society groups to determine how we can identify an allocation of around 10,000 for the civil society groups, including churches and other NGOs, etc. The remainder would be for the team of trained social workers and officers who go out and who may, for instance, go into your constituency and not affecting your 300. Based on our data, our evaluations, we will have our own mobile units, satellite offices, our interactions at our offices that will allow for us to also identify some of the most disadvantaged. This spread from MPs to civil society to our officers on the ground is what has been found to be the best formula for us to have an extended reach and network to try, before we open up to the public, to get in touch with the persons who are not readily available or not readily able to access the usual programs. Now, the reason why we have not identified a date for independent referral is because we are making some assessments on how this phase is executed for us. So once we are able to do some evaluation on the first phase, which is the MPs, to see how fast, how slow, what the turnaround is in terms of MPs being able to identify persons, then we will make an announcement at a later date on when we will open up to independent referral. We know, based on past experience, that once we open up phase 3 or phase 4 to self-referral, the program will close within 24 hours. So the goal is to try to get these 3 groups, MPs, civil society, and our trained team, to get out and do as much work as possible within the next month or 2 to try to reach the persons before we then open up for the remainder of our self-referrals.
The second part of my question, which is, assume you do at some point get to opening it up, what will be the criteria for allocation among eligible persons? If there's more demand than there is supply, so to speak, what will be the criteria for determining who gets and who doesn't?
All right, so if we, again, remember, we have all of these estimates. So we have estimated by mid-September for individuals to now have access, if all goes well. The criteria does not change. The eligibility criteria remains the same. It's those 7 factors that will qualify you or disqualify you. And the way the digital platform is set up, there are a number of questions at the initial stage that will allow somebody to not waste their time. If they answer yes, then they will be immediately disqualified. If they answer no, hypothetically, then they will proceed. So we take into consideration that you may actually have persons who believe they are eligible, but they are not for one reason or the other. And so we've tried at the early phase of that interaction with the platform to be able to filter out persons. So the same thing for the independent referrals as for the MP referrals. The MP will just be a referral agent in this regard. So it's no different process. It's just that you stand as an agent helping to identify these persons, and in some cases, you may even have to help them in terms of being able to receive the support based on their circumstances.
At some point, there may be a pool of a portion of the 50,000 that has not been taken up by the MPs, by the civil society groups, faith-based groups, or by the officers of the ministry going into communities. Having gone through all of that, there may be a pool, and that would be then open to the eligible persons, hopefully, to apply. I'm just asking you, to the extent you get more valid applications from eligible people than there are available slots, so to speak, within the 50,000 envelope, is it going to be like on a first-come, first-served basis? Is that how the allocation would be done? Or is there some other criteria that would be applied?
All right, so that's exactly the reason why we are not opening up initially and why we're taking this deliberate strategic approach of inclusion, of working with MPs, working with the civil society, and working with our team first. Because once we finish, or at least once we have advanced with that three-pronged collaboration, and we open up to self-referrals, it will then be first come, first serve at that stage.
Minister, two questions. I appreciate that the financial benefit is one element of the overall package. But I need to be clear that the financial, in the first phase, that it's not, I want to be clear that it is not conditioned. The financial grant is either it is or is not conditioned on the other aspects of the program, like the training and those other aspects. I want to know what exactly is the condition, or if not a condition, what is the status of those linkages back to the financial? Is it conditioned on that? That's the first thing I want to know. I'm not clear if it's a precondition. The other question is, you said your ministry resources will be made available to the members of parliament to support. Is that on a per constituency basis, or it's just a pool of persons which you might be able to get from time to time? How will you address that particular approach? Is there a person assigned to my constituency, the other constituencies, that you can call on to assist as the need arises?
Thank you. Just to start with your latter question. Yes, so we have persons in the ministry, and the letter that you would have received would have already identified two of our leaders who will be available to answer any of your questions or to direct you to either an officer who will facilitate working directly with your team or anything otherwise. So we have persons assigned specifically to assist members of parliament. We also want to make it clear that whether someone is eligible or not, once they contact us, they will have an opportunity to get access to the other essential services The real goal of the program is to bring persons over into formality, to bring them into opportunity. So let's say someone comes and for whatever reason they're ineligible, but they're not registered with NIS, they're not in heart, they should be, but they're not on path. Whatever it is, we are not turning that person back. This is, for us, our effort to truly have no one left behind in action. It's not going to be easy. And I've had to say that to a few persons today. We could go the easy route of just saying, open it up, whoever comes on, comes on. But that would defeat the purpose of truly trying to have strategic inclusion of persons who couldn't get on before. Now, after we have finished with this program, we anticipate that now thousands of persons would never be eligible for this again. Because at that stage, you should now have been either registered or placed in a program or something that would elevate you up into formality. I'm not sure if you asked another question. Oh, you were saying about conditional. So, yes, the intention is to ensure that persons who apply for the program or who you select for the program do get the more important part of it, which is that registration, that birth certificate. So yes, that is part of it. However, again, because of our experience, and I want to remind persons, the Ministry of Labour and Social Security does this every day. So for our offices, for our officers, this is not just a program. We do this daily. So we find a way to give support where it is needed. But generally, not looking on individual circumstances, we would like for persons who apply to this program to get the benefit of the more critical element, which is that social support and sustainable support.
Well, Angela wasn't sent here by people too. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Just a few other questions, Minister. The timing is such that there is a lot of speculation and there is a lot of hesitancy. And so I just want to get some clarification. I'm very clear that for as long as we on this side have been asking about cushioning the crisis, any program that is aimed at doing that is one that we welcome. But there are some questions. Minister, the Solidarity Liaison Officers, I wanted to ask whether or not, what is the difference between the Solidarity Liaison Officers and the regular staff at the ministry? Right? I asked just to have an idea as to whether or not these are regular staff members who are assigned to this program, or whether these are individuals specifically recruited for this program, you know, just so that we have a broader picture as to who are some of the persons who will be helping us to complete the applications and so on. So that's one. Secondly, persons have been asking, not just with this program, but other programs that we do like this. We know that we have the Data Protection Act, but people are also concerned about the use of their information, their data, through programs like these, right? And I say it because I have already been getting some questions of persons asking me, when the information goes in, who has access to it, what else can they use it to do? How do we ensure that they are not taken advantage of and that it is not used in a manner that was not intended when they signed up? So that is the second question that I would like to do. Minister, I heard you saying that you'd want to see the first phase led by the MPs and the MPs that you'd want us to complete, let's say about October, I think was what you said, if I heard you correctly. When can we expect that the portal will be open to receive applications? Upworking, yes, so we can do that. So that's one. I also wanted, Minister, persons have been calling me already because they have, I think, gone to the ministry, is what some of them told me, and they were told to go to their MP. So now that I look and I see all the other avenues through which that can be done, I know that you have said is phase 1 is MPs and phase 2 is the engagement of churches and civil society. I just want to make sure, you did say 10,000 for the NGO group, 19,000 for the MP group of 63, and so on. But I'm wondering, Minister, how we make sure that persons are aware of all of the individuals, institutions, and societies, civil society organizations that actually are able to help with applying, so that we don't get 1,000 people coming to us because they don't think that there's anybody else that they can reach out to. So I mean, I think that would be important for persons to actually know. And so that since we are likely to choose those individuals who are most destitute as the ones that we are going to put through, that persons are clear that there are other places they can go, even though there is some lag in terms of when they come on stream. So just knowing when to expect the NGO and civil society and faith-based organizations to come on stream would also be important, right? When it will be open to them. The other part, the last thing, Minister, the Solidarity Liaison officers and members from the ministry are going to be trained individuals. I know that you have said that we will have access. I think it's, I saw 2 officers who were named in the letter that was sent to us, and I wanted to know whether or not the introduction that we got, let's say with the meeting yesterday, whether that is the full extent of the training that will be offered to the members of Parliament. Because even though it's with 2 officers, I can imagine how bombarded each MP's office is going to be, and would love to make sure that we have resources in the office properly trained, sufficiently trained to be able to really handle the more mundane cases, and would only then have to refer the more complex cases to your trained officers. Yeah, I think for now, that is it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, we do appreciate the questions, relevant questions. Recognizing the heavy weight that our staff already carries, we are going to be contracting, and have already contracted persons who will be working as solidarity officers. But that clearly will have to be with the integration of our staff members. So this is not a program that is expected to be done in isolation of those ordinary staff members who have the experience. It is going to be a collaboration. But we do have a specific unit that is identified to do the heavy lifting in terms of the program. That's number 1. 2, solidarity officers, yes. So the solidarity officers will comprise staff members and persons who are contracted to assist, particularly with this program. And the other issue you had in terms of the data protection, we recognize that. And the digital platform, the application, requires a consent form. There's an actual application which would have been shown to you if you were in the orientation this morning or yesterday. And if not, then I will get it to you. That lays out elements that represent acknowledgement relevant to the DPA, to the Data Protection Act. And that will have to be signed and uploaded so that we are in compliance. Additionally, our team is receiving training as well in the Data Protection Act. And as I said, there's the attestation form and an agreement form with persons that will have to be signed and uploaded to make sure that we do not have any issues in terms of the Data Protection Act. So hopefully we've answered the questions. As I said, the Solidarity Unit is a specific unit with persons who will be brought on board to work with our staff members to make sure that we can advance this program effectively. And the Data Protection Act is something that has already been contemplated.
Upon clarity, Minister, in terms of the Data Protection Act and that portion of it, I'm not sure if I'm clear. You said that there's that questionnaire. I wasn't able, just like the member from Southeast St. Andrew. My office went on yesterday. I wasn't able to do it. You did say that there is a consent form that allows all of that to be in keeping with the DPA. I want it to be clear, and others are asking, so I'm asking as well, whether or not that means that the information that is provided will only be used for the purpose for which it is given, or is it that consent will be asked for broader use of it? I think that's important, and so I wanted to ask it as clearly as that. The other, Minister, in terms of, you said that there are some members recruited or contracted as Solidarity Liaison Officers, and I just wanted to have an idea as to how they were contracted. You know, people always want this kind of information. You know, how was it advertised? I mean, when, how, you know, how come Joan didn't get a chance to, you know, join the team of Solidarity Officers? Just a question like that. Yeah, man. And then the other thing that you didn't answer, Minister, was in terms of when the portal, for want of a better word, is open to each group. The MPs, when is the start? The earliest possible date. Yeah, all things being equal, that we could hope to begin uploading, and the same for NGO, and which is the other phase, and the other phases as well.
As it relates to the Data Protection Act, the form, the attestation form, is actually in your package, so you could look on it. And the form, the agreement has a declaration that indicates that the data may be utilized. Because remember, we have partners, so this is a program that will require us to collaborate with other stakeholders. So it lays out exactly what the parameters are in terms of the use of the person's data, and asks for them to give the regular consent in that regard. It's a pretty, I'd say, ordinary form in terms of its clauses, just to advance protection for the individual. Also, in terms of the Solidarity Officers, I'm not a human resource officer, but I could try and get the HR, if you want, to give you some details. But I gather it's the normal process of ensuring that we get the right persons to do the right job.
Not in clarity, Minister. I'll await the response through your from your HR officer through you. Minister, I just got the documents. They're kind of fine and tiny. And with the glasses that I actually use, it's going to take a little time. I have to take it off to read it. But Minister, I was struck by what you said, though, about partners who you might need to share the information with. And I understand that. We're talking about several government agencies and different programs and so on. But I couldn't come in here and don't ask you, because when I go home, people can ask me in the constituency. I think what we really want to make sure is that in the same way persons expect us as members of Parliament to upload, put in the data and upload it, we want to make sure that when it gets to your office, Minister, that it is shared with government agencies, and that it actually does not fall in the hands of political hacks.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank colleagues for the questions. The last, well, I don't know if it's a question or a comment, but the basis of the Data Protection Act, member, is that it has within it clauses that allow for you to do just that, to protect yourself. And there's no intention on our part to do anything with the data other than to help people who need the help. I don't know if you have some information that I don't have, but if you do, or if you have some specific concern, I welcome you to provide me with that detail so we can attend to it. Otherwise, we're going to do what we do daily, because this is not, again, this may be new to some, but this is not new to us. We collect data daily, 365 days a year, to protect and assist persons in this country, from PAAC to social pension to rehabilitation. At the Ministry of Labour, we do that every day, and we have never had, at least to my knowledge, any issue in terms of a data breach. So again, if you know something that I don't know, or if you have been given some question that you think might cause some concern, I am open to you and available for any discussion that can assist you.
The member from Southwest, Clarendon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, earlier you made reference to the verification process, and you spoke to the data analytics and system verification. Then you spoke to the Justice of the Peace signing some document that should be uploaded. How will the system be able to verify whether or not the JP that signed that document is in fact commissioned to be a JP and authorized to sign as a JP? You see the dangers of it, And then we're looking now at the payment methodologies. So you spoke to bank transfers, you spoke to Paymaster. How will the intended beneficiary be notified that they have been selected for the program? And in the case of where they are to collect, how will they be notified as to where they are to collect? In terms of the program itself, and given the timelines that you have provided, I think we are in a very dangerous window where it is not a matter of what your intention is, Minister, but the perception. And sometimes perception outweighs reality. And it would be very unfortunate for the ministry to be cast into disrepute were a certain event to happen in the middle of the process of disbursement. So what safeguards are there to protect the reputation of the ministry? And it's a very serious point. And I make that point with the greatest of sincerity. I am not saying that is a bad program, but I am saying that the window and the timelines you have provided, to date you have not specifically said.
Member, please stick to the line of question.
Yes,
please.
it's a question.
Please stick to the lining of
Thank
question,
you,
member.
one day, Busha.
No problem. Stick to the lining of questions,
Thank
please.
you, one day, Busha. The point is a question. So the question is, what safeguards are there? You must listen to the question. To ensure that the reputation of the ministry is not brought into disrepute. It's a serious question, and I know you appreciate it. My next question is, can you say with any clarity when the window will be open? Because I still not have heard, especially for the first phase. Also, importantly, we're in an unprecedented, and the question again, what safeguards are there to ensure that the members of parliament who are requested to submit names for those who actually reside within the constituencies they currently represent, as opposed to the constituencies they plan to represent? And I know why I asked the question. It's a serious question. I know why I asked the question, Minister. No, I don't care. I don't care. If people put you here to represent them until you are represent you lose somewhere else. Those are my questions.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Member, can you allow the minister to answer your question, please? Thanks.
I'm pleased, Mr. Speaker, to note that the Solidarity Program is eliciting such excitement from colleagues on both sides. I know. I know that in my experience, particularly as a lawyer, I've noted that people think something is going to happen based on how they think. And so, let me just alleviate the fears of the many persons that might seek to cast aspirations on a very important program. This program is not a spur-of-the-moment program, similar to many that have been developed in the past. This is, and I'm not talking about you, member from Southwest. I'm not talking about you. You know that I would never speak of you that way from Clarendon. But this program, member, who asked the question, is specific in terms of ensuring that we have built into it the necessary public education campaign to assist in terms of ensuring that people know and that the society is aware. The question was asked about the commencement of applications. We are looking at, I would say, early next week. Member from Southwest Clarendon. We're looking at early next week we have a specific date, but I prefer to say early next week. We're going to try to outperform. So early next week, in terms of the members of Parliament having the allowance to start to upload the persons that you have identified in your constituencies. As it relates to the verification from the JPs, now, the question was asked about human involvement. And if you recall, I indicated that in large part, no, but there will be circumstances where some of our officers will be called upon to verify. And these are some of the circumstances, particularly for persons who would ordinarily be left out of programs because they don't have the documentation. We do not want that to be the case here. So where necessary, we may have to call on JP attestation, and that would have to then be verified to ensure that the stamp is a valid stamp. As it relates to the payment methodology, the applicant will have the opportunity to determine the payment mechanism. And so you will be advised via email that will advise you. Now, there's a number of persons who will not have email. No, don't worry. So that is why we have put into the program the opportunity for persons to be identified as proxies. Even sometimes the offices may have to, so your office, for instance, may have to assist someone who has no family, has no one. And the reason why we are doing that, despite our own rigorous internal debate as to whether it is practical, is because it is a big part of the accountability measures for this program to make sure that we continue to utilize the digital so we have all of the information for our beneficiaries in our platform. So I hope I've answered most of your questions. Yes, I believe I've answered most of your questions. You had some concerns about the program. Let me put it this way. The Farm Work program, for instance, provides each member of Parliament an allocation. And very often, a member from Southwest Clarendon might provide a farm work for a person from Southeast. It is, and I'm not saying you do so, I'm just using you as a hypothetical. We are going to have to, it's a question that we have to look on, a legitimate question. It is a legitimate question, but I'm just saying to you, if we are utilizing past experience in this House, how we have applied it for other similar programs where members of Parliament have responsibility, is that we usually rely on the Member of Parliament's own authority. We don't usually interfere in your quota. However, having raised it is something that I will consider and discuss with the team. Thank you for all the questions and comments.
The last question from the member from Central St. Mary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Minister, I see as part of what the target group you want to reach are those persons without birth certificates. Is a TRN a requirement for being part of the program? Because persons without birth certificates do not have TRN. How do you hope to maneuver this particular concern that may arise?
Mr. Speaker, as I answer the last question posed by excited parliamentarians, that group is the only group that will not require TRN. And it is because, again, this program is very strategic in its assessment of the nature of the persons that we're trying to bring on. We have incorporated something very new, which we're trying, which is the identification of a proxy within the digital platform that can facilitate that kind of candidate. So hopefully that answers your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Labour and Social Security. Thank you, PS and your team, for the support. Bills brought from the Senate.
The following is a message from the President of the Senate. I have the honor to advise the Honourable House of Representatives that on the 20th day of June 2025, a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Justice Administration Act was passed in the Senate without amendment. And further, I wish to also advise that on even date, a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Offences Against the Person Act was passed in the Senate with 2 amendments, and a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Child Care and Protection Act was passed in the Senate with 2 amendments. I further have the honor to advise that on the 27th day of June 2025, a bill entitled An Act to Amend Provisions Relating to Penalties and Monetary Obligations in Various Enactments and for Connected Matters was passed in the Senate without amendment. And further, on even date, that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Cradle Larceny Prevention Act was passed in the Senate with 3 amendments. Mr. Speaker, the amendments to a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Offences Against the Person Act, which was passed in the Senate on the 20th day of June 2025, are as follows. In Clause 2, delete paragraph A and substitute therefore the following. A in subsection 1 by deleting paragraph B and substituting therefore the following B. Section 2, subsection 2 shall be sentenced to imprisonment for life and for or such other term as the court considers appropriate. 1, not being less than 30 years, and 2, if the victim is a person under the age of 18 years, the court may impose an additional period not exceeding 5 years on the term specified under subparagraph 1. 2, delete paragraphs C and D and insert the following as paragraph C. C in subsection 1CB by deleting subsection 1 and 2 and substituting therefore the following. 1, a sentence of imprisonment for life. The court shall specify a period being not less than A, 45 years, if the victim is a person under the age of 18 years, or B, in any case not falling within paragraph A, 40 years, or 2, any other sentence of imprisonment, the court shall specify a period being not less than A, 25 years, if the victim is a person under the age of 18 years, or B, in any case not falling within subsection A, 20 years.
Usually we are given copies of these bills. There are none here. Can you indicate why? Because if members are going to be part of the discussions, as is usually the case, we expect to have copies of the bill that we can rely on.
Member, the bill should be on the table. If not, we will have it provided to you.
They were circulated, apparently.
They were circulated.
The amendments were circulated earlier.
Minister?
Mr. Speaker, I now ask for your consent that the Senate amendments to a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Offences Against the Person Act be now considered and approved.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? Ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I now ask that the Senate amendments
Yeah,
just one thing. Mr. Speaker, The amendments to a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Child Care and Protection Act, which was passed in the Senate on the 20th day of June 2025, are as follows. Clause 2. In the new section 78(3)(a), delete subparagraph 1 and renumber subparagraphs 2 and 3 as subparagraphs 1 and 2, and B, in subparagraph 2 as renumbered, insert next after the words the offender is the words a person referred to in subsection 2B or.
Mr. Speaker, I now ask for your consent that the Senate amendments to a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Child Care and Protection Act be now considered and approved.
All those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
No, you don't need a third reading. Okay. Mr. Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I now ask. Mr. Speaker, I now ask.
Mr. Speaker, I now ask for your consent that the Senate amendments to a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Prairie Larceny Act be now considered and approved. That's the one? No.
Offense against a person. I've given the consent already, so just ask for the act to approve offense against a person.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I now ask that the Senate amendments to a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Child Care and Protection Act be approved.
The question is that the Senate amendments to the bill entitled An Act to Amend the Offense Against a Person Act be approved. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
Shut him up. Keep quiet. Keep quiet over there.
The first one?
Child care and protection.
I just did that one. No, the one which the Senate amendments to a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Offences Against a Person Act be approved.
Child care.
I did this one. Again, Mr. Speaker, I now ask that the Senate amendments to a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Child Care and Protection Act be approved.
The question is that the Senate amendments to the bill entitled An Act to Amend the Child Care and Protection Act be approved. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, the amendments to a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Prairie Larceny Act, which was passed in the Senate on the 27th day of June 2025, are as follows. Clause 3B, Section 11.4 is amended by deleting the word lawful and substituting the word, therefore, the word reasonable. In Clause 10, in the first column headed enactments of the first schedule in relation to the Trespass Act, delete the words sections 2, 4, 5, 6, 10, and 11, and substitute, therefore, the words sections 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, and 11. Clause 11, in the schedule of consequential amendments in relation to the Trespass Act, insert next after section 2 the following. Section 3, delete the words not exceeding $10,000 or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 6 months, and substituting, therefore, the words not exceeding $500,000 or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 1 year.
Mr. Speaker, I now ask for your consent that the Senate amendments to a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Prairie Larceny Act be now considered and approved.
Consent given.
Mr. Speaker, I now ask that the Senate amendments to a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Prairie Larceny Act be approved.
The question is that the Senate amendments to a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Prairie Larceny Act be approved. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. petitions, papers, reports from committees, public business.
Mr. Speaker, on the matter of public business, we will take now the bill entitled An Act to Repeal the Tourist Board Act and for connected matters thereto. The report is here yet. Please, we're managing the House. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to present the Jamaica Tourist Board Bill 2025, which seeks to repeal and replace the existing Tourist Board Act that has been governed Jamaica's tourism sector since its passage in 1955. This legislative overhaul is timely, essential, and long overdue. The world has changed, Mr. Speaker. Tourism has evolved, and all laws must keep pace with these realities if we are to secure Jamaica's position as a premier global destination and regulator sector in line with international best practices. The tourism industry has undergone a dramatic transformation over the past 70 years, driven by changing traveler preferences, increased competition, technological advancement, and a growing focus on sustainability and resilience. The Ministry of Tourism, its public bodies, and tourism partners have been at the forefront of navigating these changes and shaping Jamaica's tourism strategy to remain competitive and relevant in the evolving global landscape. The numbers, Mr. Speaker, tells the story. In 1955, when the Jamaica Tourist Board was established, Jamaica welcomed a total of 122,149 visitors. That is 86,793 stopover arrivals and 35,356 cruise visitors. Room inventory at the time totaled 1,650. Our focus then was mainly on sun, sea, and sand. Bookings were handled exclusively by travel agents, as online travel portals did not exist, and destination marketing relied solely on traditional media, print advertising, radio, and television. Mr. Speaker, fast forward to today. Our tourism industry is thriving. We now boast 4.15 million visitors annually, comprising 2.9 million stopovers and 1.2 cruise arrivals as per last year. Our room inventory has surged to a whopping 32,048 and continues to grow significantly. Moreover, our product has evolved beyond traditional offerings to embrace experimental tourism, experiential as well tourism, showcasing our vibrant cultures, diverse cuisine, and burgeoning health and wellness offerings. Crucially, Mr. Speaker, destination marketing and bookings are now predominantly handled through online platforms, including social media. And of course, Mr. Speaker, the Internet of Things have literally taken over the tourism experiences, virtual reality, mixed reality, augmented reality, and those elements of immersive technologies have now redefined so many areas of tourism. Artificial intelligence, for example, we have now AI-powered travel planning, and these are customized itineraries based on preferences and budgets. Then there's chatbot and virtual assistants, so people now are talking less to one another, it seems, and more to these cognitive systems that have been established. The AI-driven flight search is also a big area where now we can determine how many million people are interested in us by way of doing these searches. And we find that Amadeus and companies like those are producing valuable data in a manner never before experienced. The issues of sustainability and efficiencies have become important elements of consideration, both in terms of ensuring sustainable fuel for cruise ships and renewable energies for hospitality areas. Nowadays, we are even seeing smart luggage innovations. You go into the airport now and you see the trolleys moving, and they are going directly to the passenger who is designed to go to. And you can't interfere because it will ignore you completely and even bounce you out of the way as it moves to the specific area that is going. Digital transformation, online booking platforms and mobile apps and contactless payments are all features of the new landscape. And there are more emerging technologies, Mr. Speaker, blockchain, for example, to secure bookings. And the Internet of Things is enhancing the way in which operations are had. More importantly, the use of 5G and advanced Wi-Fi are improving connectivity across borders and in various new destinations. We are even seeing now the advent of self-driving cars, which is going to redefine much of what happens in the ground transportation subsector. So, Mr. Speaker, what we have is an antiquated legal framework that has to be fixed. The existing Tourist Board Act, enacted in 1955, served Jamaica well in the early stages of our tourism development. However, the structure and content of the Act reflects the reality of a much earlier era. Over that decade, Jamaica's tourism has evolved into both size and complexity that are now creating new business models, new technologies, as I indicated, and visitor expectations are reshaping the total landscape of tourism. The current legislation no longer adequately supports the sector. The proposed bill modernizes the legal foundation to ensure that it supports current operations, anticipates future development, and aligns with Jamaica's vision for a robust, well-regulated tourism industry. Jamaica's tourism sector has diversified also over time with new business models and new enterprising offering new experiences. These offerings bring economic benefit and attract a broader visitor base to Jamaica. However, the current legislation does not adequately capture or define these types of operations. The new Act therefore seeks to modernize and clarify the categories of tourism enterprises. For example, tourist accommodation, tourist attraction, and indeed water sports activities. So these are three of the main areas that the bill seeks to create new and more modern framework for operation. And there's, of course, the need for greater regulatory oversight. So while the JTB has played a vital role in marketing destination and supporting sector growth, its current legislative mandate does not provide a clear or comprehensive basis for regulating the full range of tourism enterprises now operating in Jamaica. The updated legislation will introduce a new registration process as a first step prior to licensing. The rationalization of overlapping functions. Tourism continues to be one of Jamaica's most vital sectors, driving job creation, of course, business opportunities, and national revenue. However, the current Act does not provide sufficient coverage for the full range of activities now considered part of the tourism product. In other words, what we're calling now the vast array of moving parts that are now having to be created in a confluence of action and activity to enable a product to be developed with a value and a price. And the ranges are now wider. We often say that to be involved in tourism, you just need to have an idea. And it's amazing some of the simple ideas that are converted into material goods with a value and a price that people are making a lot of money from. And one of the things that was of interest to us was the fact that a guy made 2 crabs race.
2 crustaceans raised. And for that, he made a lot of money. Sent children to school, build houses, and so on. That's the nature of what tourism is, because tourism is driven by people's passions, and people travel to fulfill those passions. The question is, what are these passions? They're so varied. And once you are able to visualize a passion point and build a product to satisfy that passion point, you are into the consumption pattern of the tourist. And for that, you can make money. So a legislative arrangement has to anticipate new passion points and to be able to enable participants and partners to operate within it. So the new legislation ensures that the legal framework is updated to support the sector's continued growth, enhance regulatory clarity, and provide the JTB with legislative tools needed to manage and develop tourism in a structured and practical way. Mr. Speaker, the Jamaica Tourist Board Bill introduces a modern and comprehensive framework to address these challenges. Key to these factors include: 1, expanded definition. The bill now updated and clarified definitions to reflect the scope and complexity of the modern tourism activity. 1, it defines tourists as a person who travels to a place outside of their usual environment for a purpose, including business or leisure, other than to be employed by a resident entity in the place visited. Meaning to say, if you are coming to work in the area, you can't be defined as a tourist. And we need to look at that too, because there's the issue of these digital nomads that are becoming part of the landscape. So we have to anticipate that. And so there's also the question of domestic tourists, a resident who uses the facilities of a tourism enterprise. Meaning to say, any Jamaican who uses a hotel or any other facilities would be regarded as a domestic tourist. Tourist accommodation, a facility or premises offering lodging or sleeping accommodation to any tourist or domestic tourist for hire or reward of any kind, including 1, a hotel, guest house, villa, apartment, or homestay. B, a caravan or other vehicles, boat or ship. C, timeshare accommodation. Or D, any premises where accommodation is offered by a proprietary owner, agent, or manager with a home or an apartment. 4, a tourism attraction. What then is a tourist attraction? It is a commercial enterprise that attracts visitors for its inherent or exhibited natural or cultural value, historical significance, natural beauty, or the opportunities it offers for leisure, adventure, or amusement, or a facility that the minister may approve from time to time and includes water sports activities and so on. So that speaks to the very point I made about the passion points of people that we have to build products against, and those evolve and change with the day almost in some instances. So what you need is a nimble legislative arrangement that is able to respond to those innovations from time to time. A water sports activity, a tourist attraction which provides water sports services to members of the public for reward and or under the riverine or marine environment. That is to say, activities that happen on the rivers, tubing, that sort of thing, river rafting, and that type of activity. Licenses and registration. All tourist enterprises will now be required to be registered. Additionally, the following tourism enterprises must also obtain a license to operate from the Tourist Board. 1, tourist accommodations. 2, tourist attractions. 3, domestic tour services. And 4, ground transportation services. So, Mr. Speaker, the new pieces of legislation, therefore, will repeal the River Rafting Act of 1970 and the following regulations and orders. 1, the River Rafting Regulation 1970, The Tourist Board Prescribed Areas Regulation 1985, the Tourist Board Regulation 1969, the Tourist Board Water Sports Regulation 1985, and the Tourist Board Tourism Enterprises Order 1985. With the repeal of the River Rafting Act and the regulations, the regulatory functions of that authority will then be transferred into the Jamaica Tourist Board. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, this bill in fact represents a significant step forward in Jamaica's journey to reposition its tourism sector for the 21st century. It balances the need for the strong regulations with the flexibility to encourage innovation and growth. And it anticipates also the technological changes and advances which will come in the years ahead. It replaces what was a rigid and outdated legal framework with one now that is dynamic, responsive, and aligned with Jamaica's development goals. Mr. Speaker, let me then take this Honourable House through the clauses of the bill. Clause 1, the short title and commencement. The Act shall be cited as the Jamaica Tourist Board Act 2025 and comes into operation by an appointed date. Clause 2, interpretation. The definition have been provided for several key terms, including, of course, who a tourist is, a hotel, tourism enterprise, tourism accommodation, tourism attraction, and tourism halt. Clause 3 establishes the Jamaica Tourist Board. The Jamaica Tourist Board is established as a body corporate to which Section 28 of the Interpretation Act applies. Clause 4, functions of the Jamaica Tourist Board. The functions of the Tourist Board are outlined, including the development of the tourist industry in Jamaica to stimulate, advertise, and market Jamaica. It also includes sponsorship of events. It also regulates and controls river rafting. Clause 5, delegation. It empowers the Jamaica Tourist Board to delegate its powers to other named entities and individuals. For example, the Director of Tourism or agent of the Jamaica Tourist Board. This delegation is revocable. Clause 6, the establishment of the Board of Directors of the Jamaica Tourist Board. It establishes the Board of Directors of the Jamaica Tourist Board. The second schedule establishes the constitution and operations of the Board of Directors. Clause 7, functions of the Board of Directors. The Board of Directors is responsible for the strategic direction and governance of the Jamaica Tourist Board and monitors its administration. Clause 8, ministerial powers. Clause 8 empowers the minister to give policy direction of a general character to the Board of Directors. Clause 9, the borrowing powers of the Jamaica Tourist Board. It gives the Jamaica Tourist Board power to borrow money to execute its function. Such sums must be approved by the minister with responsibility for finance. Clause 10, officers, agents, and employees of the Jamaica Tourist Board. It is the responsibility of the Board of Directors to employ a Director of Tourism to execute its policy. The Board of Directors determine the condition of employment and salary. Clause 11, pension, gratuities, and other retiring benefits. The Jamaica Tourist Board may enter into arrangements for pensions, insurance, and insurance policies for its employees. Clause 12, emblems. The Jamaica Tourist Board may provide emblems to the tourism enterprises who maintain a high standard in the conduct of their trade or business. Clause 13, funds and resources of the Jamaica Tourist Board. The funds of the Jamaica Tourist Board shall consist of sums provided from the estimates of revenue and expenditure of Jamaica and sums collected. Clause 14, accounts and audit. The Jamaica Tourist Board is mandated to prepare an audit and its statements of accounts in accordance with the Public Bodies Management Accountability Act, the PBMA. Clause 15, annual and other reports. The Jamaica Tourist Board shall prepare annual and other reports in accordance with the provisions of the Public Bodies Management and Accounting Act. Clause 16, prohibition against operating an unregistered tourism enterprise. A person shall not operate a tourism enterprise or engage in any of the following activities unless it is registered with the Jamaica Tourist Board. A, artisan villages. B, convention centers. C, craft traders. D, tour guide services. And E, travel halls. Clause 17, prohibition against operating unregistered and unlicensed tourism enterprises. A person shall not operate a tourism enterprise unless he is registered and licensed by the Jamaica Tourist Board. Failure to do so will result in the following fines. Non-accommodation, a fine not exceeding $2 million or a term not exceeding 2 years, or to both fine and imprisonment. Accommodation 1 to 50 rooms, a fine not exceeding $1 million or a term not exceeding 1 year, or to both fine and imprisonment. Accommodation 51 to 100 rooms, a fine not exceeding $2 million or a term not exceeding 2 years, or to both fine and imprisonment. Accommodations now 101 to 500 rooms, a fine not exceeding $5 million or a term not exceeding 2 years, or to both fine and imprisonment. And then for accommodation over 500, that's the mega ones, the big ones, on conviction or indictment in the Supreme Court, to a fine or term of imprisonment not exceeding 3 years. Clause 18, application for registration of tourism enterprise. An application to be registered as a tourism enterprise shall be made in the prescribed form. Clause 19, application for a grant of tourism enterprise license. An application for a license shall be made in the prescribed form and shall comply with the following requirements. 1, security, public health, environmental, fire safety, and public liability insurance. All these 5 critical areas have to be satisfied before a license can be granted. The Jamaica Tourist Board may grant or refuse to grant a license, and where the application is refused, Jamaica Tourist Board must notify the applicant of the reasons for refusal. The applicants may appeal the decision. 1, a tourist accommodation license shall be for a maximum of 15 years. And this is very important, Mr. Speaker, because previously it was indefinite. You know, you have a license and that was it. There was no recourse. Nobody could take it from you because of any reason whatsoever. That has changed, and that has had the full approbation of the entire tourism sector. A tourist attraction license shall be for a minimum, that's the attractions now, shall be for a minimum of 3 years. And domestic tours, craft traders, water sports operators, places of interest, artisan villages like we have, etc., shall be for a period of 2 years. Clause 20, the provisional tourism enterprise license. A provisional license to operate may be granted to newly constructed tourist accommodation and tourist attractions. Newly constructed means built no later than 12 months at the date of the application. The application is to be accompanied by the registration certificate, public liability insurance, security arrangements, evidence of ownership, and payment of fees. The provisional license shall be limited to 90 days and is subject to review by the JTB. And this, Mr. Speaker, allows for enterprises that are early in development and have not completed all their physical arrangements, but are sufficiently appointed to allow for use and good service. And once they fulfill what we are talking about in terms of the 5 key points that I mentioned earlier, we can offer provisional license for only 90 days to allow them to complete all the areas that are to be required for full licensing. Clause 21, non-transferability. Licenses are non-transferable. That is to say, whenever you change ownership, the license doesn't go along with you by the change of the ownership. Or indeed, if you change brand, like we are now no longer, let's say, Bartlett Limited, but we are Golden Limited, let's say, for example, then it doesn't follow that the license will go to the new brand holder or the new franchisee. Clause 22, applications for renewal of tourism enterprise license. An application for renewal shall be made before the license expires in the prescribed form. Clause 23, Register of Tourism Enterprises. The Jamaica Tourist Board shall maintain an up-to-date electronic register of all tourism enterprises. Clause 24, the suspension of tourism enterprise license, etc. 1. Licenses or provisional licenses may be suspended if the licensee does not employ or comply with the statutory prerequisite requirements. For example, environmental or public health requirements, provisions of the Act, or contravenes a term or condition of the license. 2. Prior to suspension of a license, the Jamaica Tourist Board shall give notice of the intention to suspend. And 3. Where a license is suspended and is not promptly surrendered, the Jamaica Tourist Board shall revoke the license. Where the reason for suspension has been remedied, Jamaica Tourist Board shall reinstate and reissue the license upon payment of the prescribed fee. That's pretty clear, Mr. Speaker. Clause 25, the revocation of tourism enterprise license, etc. The Jamaica Tourist Board has the power to revoke a license or provisional license. 1, if the license is suspended and the licensee has not taken steps to remedy the circumstances which resulted in the suspension. 2, without reasonable cause, the licensee has failed to commence operating within 6 months of being granted the license. And 3, the applicant gave false or misleading information in his application. And 2, prior to the revocation of a license, the Jamaica Tourist Board must give notice of the intention to revoke. The Jamaica Tourist Board may also revoke a license without notice and with immediate effect. Let me read that section again. Prior to the revocation of a license, Jamaica Tourist Board must give notice of the intention to revoke. The Jamaica Tourist Board may also revoke a license without notice and with immediate effect. Where a license is revoked, the licensee shall promptly surrender the license, an emblem, and immediately cease operation. Where the reason for the revocation has been remedied, a person shall reapply to the Jamaica Tourist Board for the license. Clause 26, lost, defaced, or destroyed license. Where a license is lost, stolen, defaced, or destroyed, the licensee shall, 1, make a report to the police, and 2, apply to the Jamaica Tourist Board to have it replaced. 2, the application shall outline the circumstances of the license being lost, stolen, defaced, or destroyed. If the license is lost or defaced, it must be accompanied by a police report and a fee paid. 3, where the Jamaica Tourist Board is satisfied that the license was lost, defaced, or destroyed, the Jamaica Tourist Board will grant a substitute license. And where the license is subsequently found, the substitute license shall be surrendered. Clause 27, incapacitation or insanity of licensee. Where a licensee becomes incapacitated or develops a mental disorder, a legal representative of the licensee shall be allowed to carry on the business for the unexpired portion of the license. 28, bankruptcy or insolvency of licensee. a licensee shall immediately inform the Jamaica Tourist Board if the licensee becomes bankrupt or insolvent. Death of licensee. Where a licensee dies, his executor or administrator shall have the authority to carry on the business of the licensee. Clause 30, the cessation of the tourism enterprise. Where a licensee intends to close its tourism enterprise or surrender its license or cease business, the licensee shall give Jamaica Tourist Board 30 days written notice. The licensee shall surrender to the Jamaica Tourist Board that license promptly. Jamaica Tourist Board shall update its register accordingly. Clause 31, appeal to the Jamaica Tourist Board Appeal Tribunal. The Jamaica Tourist Board Appeal Tribunal is established to hear the complaints of persons aggrieved by a decision of the Jamaica Tourist Board. Appeals are to be lodged within 15 days of being advised of that decision. The period may be extended based on reasonable circumstances. On the determination of the appeal, the tribunal may make such order as it sees fit. Any person aggrieved by the decision of the tribunal may appeal to a judge in chambers. Clause 32, enforcement of the decisions. The minister may make further decisions where a licensee fails to comply with an order for suspension, revocation, or a tribunal decision. The Jamaica Constabulary Force may enforce such an order. Clause 33, other offenses. Every person who intends to deceive, makes, or has in his possession any emblem or other device which resemble a license or emblem of the Jamaica Tourist Board commits an offense and is liable to a fine not exceeding $500,000 or 6 months in prison. Other offenses include displaying an emblem of the Jamaica Tourist Board without permission and failure to comply with an order to suspend or revoke a license. Clause 34, power of minister to amend monetary penalties and first, second, and third, and fourth schedules. The minister may amend the schedule by order. However, the second schedule is subject to affirmative resolution. Clause 35, regulation. The minister may make regulations for the better carrying out of the Act. These regulations include 1, fees or charges for services rendered. 2, particulars of licenses. And 3, operations of vessels on riverine or marine environment. And 2, these regulations are subject to affirmative resolutions. Maximum penalties under the regulation shall not exceed $5 million or 2 years imprisonment. Clause 36, repeal of the Tourist Board Act 1955. The Tourist Board Act of 1955 is repealed. Clause 37, transitional provision. A license granted under the Repeal Act to operate a tourist accommodation shall be valid for 24 months from the commencement date of the Act. Secondly, a license granted under the Repeal Act to operate a tourism enterprise other than a tourist accommodation shall be valid for 12 months from the commencement date of this Act. 3, after the expiration of the traditional periods, the operator of a tourism enterprise shall apply to the Jamaica Tourist Board to be registered and licensed as a tourism enterprise or cease to carry out such a business. And 4, any policy or guideline issued, measures taken, or arrangements made by the Jamaica Tourist Board under the Repeal Act, which is valid and in force immediately before the appointed day, shall remain valid and in force as if issued, taken, or made by the Jamaica Tourist Board under the Act, to the extent that it is consistent with the Act until amended, revoked, or cancelled. 38, provisions relating to employment. Employees assigned to the Jamaica Tourist Board will continue their employment. That is to say, notwithstanding the act being repealed, you will continue your services and employment to the board. Clause 39, savings. References to the Tourist Board Act shall be construed as references to the Jamaica Tourist Board Act. Clause 40 to 45, the following enactments are repealed. 1, the Tourist Board Regulation, 1969, the River Rafting Act, 1970, the River Rafting Regulation, 1970, the Tourist Board Tourism Enterprise Order, 1985, the Tourist Board Prescribed Areas Regulation, 1985, and the Tourist Board Water Sports Regulations for 1985. The first schedule. This schedule details the constitution and operations of the Board of Directors of the Jamaica Tourist Board. And the second schedule. This schedule details the offenses and penalties under the Act. The third schedule. The following is contained in the schedule. 1A, information on documents for registration as a tourism enterprise. B, application form for registration and licensing for tourism enterprise. C, registration certificate. And D, certificate of provisional license. And the fourth schedule. This schedule outlines the constitution of the Jamaica Tourist Board Appeal Tribunal. Mr. Speaker, it seemed a very long and detailed act, and indeed it is, because it is 70 years that this act has remained essentially in vogue with minor amendments throughout the period. This attempt, Mr. Speaker, is to create a comprehensive bill which entails not just what the industry is today, but certainly what the industry anticipates in the future. Mr. Speaker, we're excited about a future with an expanded tourism capacity now to do more, to offer more, to enable greater level of inclusion of the people of Jamaica in the value chain of tourism, and to enable a greater level of prosperity for the people. But most importantly in all of this is to create the framework for a strong and vibrant human capital arrangements that ensures that the workers of the tourism industry are treated fairly and are able to accrete over time the value of their contribution to the industry. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Leader of the Opposition, member for St. Andrew Southern. Turn on your mic, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, when we came last week, you wanted to take the bill on the day it was tabled, and I told you, for something of this nature, that wouldn't work for us. And we brought it back. Having adjourned the House for it to be fixed last Tuesday, House is reconvened today to enable this to be taken, among other things. And having looked at it and read it, I can see the haste in which you are traveling with this legislation reflected in the bill itself. And you describe it as a comprehensive bill, but it's excluding the schedules, it's a mere 26 pages, which is really not that extensive. But it is significant in what it is potentially doing. And I've gone through it, and I'm going to kind of go through it in the order that the bill itself follows. I'm not making broad comments on the tourism industry. I'm not making comments on whether I'm not doubting the need to update the Tourist Board Act either, 1955, as you have said. That's, you know, more than half a century ago. Things have changed substantially over that time. Why we're in such a rush? I have thoughts about that. I won't mention them here. I could tell you off the air what I think's behind it. Because there's really no need to rush this, but we are indeed rushing it. So, as you have pointed out, Mr. Speaker, there is, Minister, there are some new definitions in Clause 2 of the bill. And two which kind of give me some pause for thought and perhaps concern is the interplay between the definition of a domestic tourist and the definition of a tourism enterprise, because there's a certain circularity in those two definitions. A domestic tourist means a resident of Jamaica who uses the facilities of a tourism enterprise. So if you're using the facilities of a tourism enterprise and you live here, you're a domestic tourist. And a tourism enterprise is an establishment that provides facilities, etc., to attract domestic tourists. So my problem with that is that there's nothing in that those two definitions that gets to the essence of what a tourist is. So if you're a Jamaican resident and you're going to a restaurant in Jamaica, and that restaurant is primarily catering for Jamaican residents, arguably it's a tourism enterprise because it's attracting domestic tourists. I don't think that's the intention, but if it is, it throws the scope of this bill very, very widely to include all kinds of economic actors that would never consider themselves to be in the tourism business. I'll let you add that when you speak. So I think there needs to be some thought and adjustment to the way in which domestic tourists and tourism enterprise are defined, because it's circular, and the circularity of it creates a very, very wide canvas, which I think goes beyond the proper scope of this legislation. I note the definition of tourism accommodation, and it means any facility or premises offering lodging or sleeping accommodation to any tourist or domestic tourist for hire or reward of any kind, including and it says a villa or an apartment, for example. So clearly, this would encompass what we describe as the Airbnb type accommodation. And certain consequences or matters arise from this, because it is bringing within the scope of this regulatory regime what we know has evolved to be a major part of the tourism industry. But are they ready to be regulated in this way? Have they been consulted with in relation to the implications of being brought under the net of the Tourist Board and the Jamaica Tourist Board Act? I suspect not. So, and I noticed, for example, in Clause 1, the whole Act has to be brought into effect at the same time. It doesn't have a provision, which some legislation does, that allows different parts of that to be brought into effect at different times. This is an all-or-nothing piece of legislation. So something which could have major ramifications on an aspect of the accommodation sector, for want of a better word, the Airbnb sector, or that type of arrangement, is going to be brought under this. Immediately, this act is brought into effect. And the question is, what are going to be the consequences of that for them? And I'm not sure that has been adequately discussed with them. And I'm not sure they're even aware of the implications of what is being done here. No doubt, and we're well aware, that the main players in the tourism industry, the established hotels and so on, are, we've been hearing from them about the need to regulate that side, and the playing field isn't level, and so on. And I see that this is being delivered to them now with this piece of legislation. But I think the way in which it's done needs to be participatory and has to consult with the sectors that are affected by this, in a very transparent way so they understand fully what is being done, the implications for them, and they can lobby for whatever consequential provisions they think should be in here, which probably have not taken their views adequately into account. I move on. Minister, I turn to, and this is a small technical point, but important nonetheless, Clause 11 on page 8. And I believe that in paragraph B, the words after regulations should come back to the margin. And this is just a drafting issue. The drafter should consider it. But the arrangements in respect of schemes, whether by way of insurance policies or otherwise, are for medical benefits, pensions, gratuities, and other retiring benefits or disability and death benefits, etc. Those are really closing words to A and B. So it shouldn't just be lumped into paragraph B because those words apply to A as well. And that, I think, should be corrected. I move to page 10, clause 15, in 15.3, where it says, and this is to do with the annual and other reports, the minister shall, within a reasonable time, cause a copy to be laid in the House of Representatives, and I think the word of should be deleted there. That just doesn't belong. And in clause 16, this is important now, because this is a section which creates a criminal offense. And it says that a person shall not operate a business or engage in an activity specified in subsection 2 unless the business or activity is registered with the Jamaica Tourist Board as a tourism enterprise. And item D says places of interest. What is that? That's not a defined term in the Act. And a place of, I've heard of persons of interest. Yes. And, you know, there are some places that are of interest to some people and other places that are of interest to other people. You know, what is of interest to me may not be what is of interest to you. I'm not sure what these places of interest are, but it's not defined in the Act. And I think it should be. And I think it should be because if you operate as a business, a place of interest, without becoming registered under the Act, you create a criminal offense for which you're liable to be fined up to $50,000 in the parish court. So I think that is unsatisfactory and needs to be addressed. I notice that the minister is empowered by order to amend the categories and businesses and categories of businesses and activities specified in subsection 2. Currently, subsection 2 lists 6 categories of business and activities: artisan villages, convention centers, craft traders, tour guide services, travel halls, and this ill-defined or undefined places of interest. But it says the minister can amend that by order. Now, I have a problem with that, because if non-registration is a criminal offense, then the minister can't just be empowered by order to just expand that list. That must come to Parliament for affirmative resolution so that there's transparency around it, parliamentary oversight of it, and the opportunity for those affected to become aware of it before it becomes law, and to lobby for whatever consequential issues may arise from them being brought under this net. So I think that needs to be adjusted in subsection 4. It must be subject to affirmative resolution. This is dealing with a criminal matter. Clause 17 is the real, what I'd call the real sword of Damocles in the bill. And it says, a person, in subsection 1, a person shall not operate a business or engage in an activity specified in subsection 2, which provides services, facilities, or products to tourists or domestic tourists, unless such activity or business or activity is both registered and licensed with the Jamaica Tourist Board. And in 2, there's a list of who it applies to, and item C in subsection 2 says tourist accommodations, which, as we've said, and you, I think, have admitted, includes the Airbnb type operations. So It's a criminal offense. From the day you bring this act into effect, it will be a criminal offense to operate an Airbnb-type operation in Jamaica unless you're both registered and licensed with the Jamaica Tourist Board. And I have a comment to make on that, apart from the stark reality of it for those who are currently in that business. There's also a technical point that I wish to make, and it relates to the second schedule and subsection 3, 17.3. 17.3 says, a person who contravenes subsection 1, which is the operating or business operating a business or engaging in the activity of one of the things listed in subsection 2, such as operating a tourist accommodation. A person who contravenes subsection 1 in relation to 3 out of the 4 categories listed in 2 commits an offence and is liable on summary conviction in a parish court to the fine specified in the second schedule. But when you look in the second schedule, which is on page 33 of the bill, you will see that in relation to this offence in 17.3, it provides for both a fine and imprisonment. It says, on summary conviction in a parish court, the person is liable to a fine not exceeding $2 million or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 24 months, which is 2 years, or to both such fine and imprisonment. So the section which creates the offence and says where you find the penalty is not consistent with the schedule where the penalty is stated, because it provides for imprisonment, whereas the provision itself in subsection 3 only makes reference to a fine. So that needs to be fixed. Subsection 4 is also significant. And it says that a person who contravenes subsection 1 in relation to a tourist accommodation now, so they've singled out that category is being treated differently to domestic tour services, ground transportation services, including contract carriage and motor vehicle rental, and tourist attractions. Tourism accommodations, which is the Airbnb sector, is being treated differently from the point of view of the severity of the penalty for not being registered and licensed. And it says, a person who operates a tourism accommodation without being registered and licensed commits an offence and is liable on indictment in the Supreme Court to the penalty specified in the second schedule. And that penalty provides, first of all, there's an error in the second schedule because it speaks on summary conviction in a parish court, whereas subsection 4 doesn't contemplate this particular offence being justiciable in the parish court. It says it's tribal on indictment in the Supreme Court. But it goes on to say, depending on the size of the accommodation, the level of the penalty, and there are various categories. So, for example, it says, in the case of a tourism accommodation of between 1 and 50 rooms, between 1 room and 50 rooms, a fine not exceeding $1 million or imprisonment for a term not exceeding 12 months, which is a year, or to both such fine and imprisonment. And then as you get bigger, the penalties go up. Between 51 and 100 rooms, you go to $2 million fine, a prison term not exceeding a year or to both. And then from 101 to 500 rooms, it goes up to $5 million, the fine, imprisonment not exceeding 12 months, or to both fine and imprisonment. And then, if it's over 500 rooms, on conviction, on indictment in the Supreme Court, to a fine or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 3 years. And a fine, in relation to the Supreme Court, where it says you're liable to a fine, it's an unlimited jurisdiction. It can be any fine that the court elects to impose. There's no upper limit on it. So there's a problem with subsection 4, because in the schedule, it contemplates three separate categories where it would be triable in the parish court, whereas the section only contemplates trial in the Supreme Court. And I would also say that the penalty for this, which really I'm focused on the first category, which is 1 to 50 rooms, because I think certainly for the Airbnb sector, That is where most of them would be. And, you know, they would be liable, once this act is brought into effect, they would be liable to a fine of up to $1 million or to imprisonment for up to a year or to both such fine or imprisonment. And I think that is a significant thing for them to contemplate. Again, subsection 5 says that the minister may, by order, amend the categories and of businesses and activities specified in subsection 2. Again, the minister is being empowered to expand the range of activities that are brought under this registration and licensing regime, to which criminal sanctions apply if for non-compliance, without any parliamentary oversight. We do not believe that this is right, and we are asking for an amendment, again, to 17.5 to require affirmative resolution for any such amendment to the categories there. I move on. In section 19, clause 19 of the bill, there's a peculiarity here. This is dealing with the licensing process, which applies to, well, first of all, registration, the registration process, and then the licensing process in relation to section 18, which is the section I just dealt with. But, well, 18 says the application to be registered as a tourism enterprise says that you must do it in the form set out in the 3rd schedule, etc. And then 19 says an applicant for a license shall be registered. So in order to be licensed, you have to first register, and then you need to apply to be licensed. Now, it says an application to obtain a license to operate a tourism enterprise shall be in the prescribed form. But there is no form prescribed for that in the schedule. There's a form for applying for registration, and there's a form for applying for a provisional license, but there's no form for applying for a license. So I'm not sure why that was left to be prescribed subsequently by some regulation. I mean, it's unusual that you would prescribe the form for applying to register, and you would prescribe the form for applying for a provisional license, which is a peculiar status, but to apply for a license itself, the form is not in the Act. I don't understand the logic for that. And then in subsection 2, it says that you have to comply, when you're applying for a license, with various requirements. And A says security requirements approved by the JCF, fine. And then B says public health requirements, C says environmental requirements, D says fire safety requirements, and E says public liability insurance requirements. Now, where are these requirements? Are these going to be prescribed requirements? I would imagine they have to be, because where else would you find them? And if they're going to be prescribed, where are they? Why are we not seeing those regulations? Since we're rushing to put this Act into effect, you wouldn't really be able to apply unless you know what the requirements are to support your application. And those are not yet prescribed. So again, I don't understand the haste, because we haven't seen any regulations tabled with this bill which deal with these critical matters. I move on to subsection 7 of, I move on to clause 20. Clause 20, which is on page 13. And it's dealing with this provisional license concept, which applies to the operation of a newly constructed tourism accommodation or tourism attraction. And then subsection 2 tries to say what newly constructed means. And it says, a newly constructed tourist accommodation or tourist attraction means a tourist accommodation or tourist attraction which was built no more than 12 months from the date of application. I don't know what built means there. Does it mean construction commenced? Does it mean construction has to have been complete and a certificate of practical completion issued? This is important because this is a time-bound situation. This license, incidentally, only lasts for 90 days. You have to wonder why you bothered with this, to be honest. Because this unless it's extended, this license is a 90-day license. But when it starts, and that to which it applies and so on needs to be clear. And the word built is not sufficiently clear in my view for being the fulcrum for a time-bound regulation. It needs to be more specific as to what built means in this context. There's a reference to the application for a provisional license being in the 3rd schedule. There's no heading to the 3rd schedule in the bill, and that needs to be fixed. I move to clause 20, subsection 5. This is where it says that this provisional license is valid for just 90 days and then subject to review. Very short period of time, Minister. I can't see why it was, why you're bothering to create a 90-day provisional licensing regime. I mean, it just is a recipe for bureaucratic pain for a licensee, because 90 days is going to run by in no time flat. And, they may not yet be in a position to apply for a full license. I think you should have considered a longer period there. And there's no equivalent in clause 20 to 19.4. 19.4 says that the Jamaica Tourist Board, upon receipt of an application and for a license, or a full license, may request that the applicant furnish such additional information and documents as the Jamaica Tourist Board may consider relevant. That's a very important provision in any licensing system, because what you require them in the Act to submit may not be adequate for them to make an assessment as to whether a license should be granted or not. So the ability to ask for additional information is critical and is standard in all licensing regimes, and it's missing from clause 20. And I don't think you can imply it, because it's in clause 19 specifically in relation to the full licensing regime, but it's not there in relation to the provisional licensing regime. 19.4. I'm talking about clause 20. There's no equivalent of 19.4. I move on to the renewal provision, I think it is. Clause 22. And it's important to note that a tourism enterprise license can be up for up to 15 years. It's a long license for tourist accommodation. For tourist attractions, it's much shorter, just 3 years maximum. And for any other form of tourism enterprise, it is even shorter, 2 years only. But for the accommodation, it's up to 15 years. And it says that you can apply for renewal of that to the Jamaica Tourist Board, and that application must be made before the license expires, which makes sense. But it says no earlier than 3 months, nor later than 1 month before expiration. I think that's too short a window, Minister. I think the Tourist Board itself needs to be able to examine that application fulsomely. And it's important that they can do so, and they're not pressured to making a decision, because they wouldn't want the license to expire and then the tourism enterprise is operating illegally. So they're going to be under pressure to renew it. But if they're just given this short window, I don't know why we can't say, for example, that they can apply in the last 9 months of the life of the license. To say that they have to wait until the last 3 months in order to apply, I think is a bit tight. I think they need more time to consider the renewal application before the license expires. The provision for suspension, that's clause 24. There's a provision that says that the license granted can be suspended, but there's nothing to say how long. It's just in fact, it's an indefinite suspension unless the Tourist Board decides to lift the suspension. But an indefinite suspension is akin to a revocation. So I wasn't sure why it was framed in that way. But I move on to subsection 3 of clause 24. And it says that, notwithstanding subsection 2, the Jamaica Tourist Board may suspend a license without prior notice and with immediate effect. Generally speaking, if they're going to suspend, they have to give notice and there's an opportunity to be heard. But there are circumstances in which they can suspend immediately without prior notice And the grounds on which that can be done is if the continued operation of the tourism enterprise poses a serious risk, or a serious security, public health, or fire safety risk. I don't have a problem with any of that. But I'm wondering why it wouldn't include something like, or other threat to Jamaica's tourism industry. Because you can imagine, for example, that something is going on in that enterprise that could affect our brand. It could be some illegal activity that we don't want to see being done here. It might not be a fire risk or a public health risk or a security risk. I just think that the criteria are too narrow for this particular provision, because you need to have something that where if the industry is under threat from something we haven't foreseen now, the suspension can be immediate, I think. In subsection 4, there is a requirement after the hearing, because in other cases, before you suspend, there must be a hearing. And it says the board shall, within a reasonable time, advise the licensee of the decision. I think we should put a period, for a long stop period for that. If they've heard the licensee, I think they should be able to deliver their decision within 30 days. You know, we see these things that otherwise can just go on, drag out, and it's not fair on people. So I think if the hearing has been held, there's no reason why the Tourist Board shouldn't hand down its decision within 30 days after that. That's my own view. In clause 25 now, which is dealing with revocation, there is a provision, the provision allows for the revocation of the license, which is the permanent end of the license. If the license has been suspended under the earlier provision, and the licensee has not within 30 days taken steps to remedy the circumstances which resulted in the suspension. Now, depending on what those circumstances are, something may not be remediable within that period of 30 days. I think once they have commenced the remediation and they're diligently pursuing it, then it shouldn't be a revocation situation. So that's a fairly standard, in contracts, commercial agreements, that's a fairly standard formulation for cure provisions. And I would suggest that you consider it here. So that if the licensee, yes, there was a problem, a default of some kind, but they're fixing it, but it may be something that can't be fixed within 30 days, depending on what it is. It may be something that requires some bureaucratic process to be completed, or something of that nature. So as long as they've commenced the cure, and they're diligently pursuing it, I don't think the revocation should lie. And that's what I'm suggesting you consider in 25A, 1A. Well, taken steps to remedy, I don't think that is ambiguous, with all due respect, because that would suggest that once you've started, even if you've abandoned it, that's the end of the matter. It should be either that it's cured or that they have commenced the cure and they're diligently pursuing the cure. The formulation here is not tight enough. That's my view. And I'm somebody who has dealt with many commercial agreements in my career. And I think also that the remedy, moving on to subsection 3, it said,
Member time has expired.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the member's time be extended to finish his presentation.
There's a time limit on debates. I'm not making a statement. I'm responding in a debate. I don't know why that was being timed. Anyway, thank you, Minister, for the gracious extension. Again, I think if there's a hearing on the revocation issue in subsection 4, the board should hand down their decision within I don't think there should be this reasonable time nebulous formulation. I think there should be a long stop date for doing that. And I think that is, as a regulated entity, I think it's important. Reasonable time in this context is an undefined concept. And I think we should put a time frame within which the licensee is able to know whether or not the revocation will stand. Again, in subsection 3, it says that notwithstanding the provision for hearings, the Tourist Board, if it considers it necessary, may revoke the license without notice and with immediate effect. And I'm wondering why it didn't state the applicable grounds for revocation as it did for suspension. Suspension, in the earlier provision, suspension can apply with immediate effect if the tourism enterprise poses a serious security, public health, or fire safety risk. And I had suggested that that be expanded to include any risk to Jamaica's tourism industry. But in this instance, there's no criteria whatsoever set out in the provision. It just says, if the board considers it necessary. I don't know how you can have criteria for suspension, immediate suspension, and no criteria for revocation, which is a more serious procedure. So you can talk after me, Minister, with all due respect. You're harassing me with your banter. I ask you to be quiet and let me make my presentation, and then you can answer on your feet with the mic on so people can hear what you have to say. With all due respect, Council. Yeah. Subsection 6, 25(6).
Point of order. Point of order. Member.
Let the record show, Mr. Speaker, that I'm not harassing the member. I appreciate that the member has a right to be heard in silence, but I'm not harassing him. But it is also incorrect to misquote the provision
Member,
of the bill. And that is simply what I'm saying.
What's incorrect?
He's misquoting the provision of the bill. It is not true. A point of order. Point of order. It is not true to say the provision does not prescribe any criteria for revocation. It is not true. Good.
It is true. It says that all it says is that if the board considers it necessary, it can do so. No criteria is listed, and it was listed in relation to suspension, but it is not listed in relation to revocation. And Minister, I'd ask that you stop interrupting me with your off-mic bantering on each point I'm making. It is not correct. You can sit in your seat and you can make your comments on the bill. The rules provide for that. I move to subsection 6. I move to subsection 6 of section 25, clause 25, Minister. And it says that where a licensee refuses or neglects to cease operations pursuant to a notice of revocation from the board, it says the board may take steps to obtain an order from the court requiring the cessation of operations of the tourism enterprise. A couple of points to make there, which is that clause 33 of the bill deals with situations where in subsection 3, deals with a situation where a person fails to comply with a decision suspending or revoking a license. So, in a sense, what is dealt with in subsection 6 could probably be more usefully contained in the provision which deals with that issue. But secondly, subsection 3 makes it an offense to fail to comply with a decision to revoke, and makes that person liable to be prosecuted in court. So it's really a criminal matter which the police can enforce in the normal way that they enforce a criminal law. So this idea that the board must take steps to go to court over it is, I think, doesn't adequately reflect the fact that what is involved here is a criminal matter. That's all I'm saying. I notice it says about what in clause 29, It says, where a licensee dies, the executor administrator of the licensee shall, upon obtaining the grant or letter of administration in the estate, have authority to carry on the business of the licensee. It doesn't say what happens when that estate is distributed to the beneficiaries. And I think that it ought to make it clear what happens then, because if the licensee is dead, that could, on the face of it, be a base upon which the license ends, because the whole of the license is no longer alive. The provision says, well, no, it can continue to operate under the license through the personal representatives of the dead person, of the deceased. But, and that could, of course, be quite a long time. We have estates in Jamaica that are sometimes taking years to administer. But it doesn't say what happens when the estate is administered and the assets of the estate are distributed, and I think it should say that. The other point I want to make in relation to appeals, which is clause 31, there is no provision saying, for when an appeal must be heard. There's no time frame set for the hearing of an appeal. And secondly, the appeal having been heard, there's no time frame for when the decision of the board, the tribunal that hears the appeal, must hand down its decision. And I think, again, there should be an outer period for both of those things specified in here. Otherwise, things can drag on endlessly, which is not to the advantage of anybody involved except the delinquent persons who are supposed to have heard it and decided the matter, and for whatever reason have not. So again, the period in which the appeal should be heard and the period having heard it, when the decision should be handed down, those should be specified. Move to clause 32, Minister. And it says that enforcement of decisions. If a licensee fails to comply with a decision of the Tourist Board under either 24 or 25, or any decision of the tribunal under 31, confirming or modifying the decision of the Tourist Board, the minister may take such steps as the minister considers appropriate to ensure that, if it's a revocation decision, that the licensee ceases to operate, or if it's a suspension decision, that the license suspends the operation of the tourism enterprise. And I was wondering, why is this role for the minister either necessary or even advisable, given that, first of all, we don't know what steps the minister could take in this, to enforce this. 25(6) provides for the board itself going to court to enforce it. And 33(3) makes it a criminal offense not to comply with the decision to suspend or revoke, which means that the police can enforce it. So I don't know what this role, this kind of undefined role of the minister is to enforce the decisions of the Tourist Board. I think that needs to be rethought through. And in clause 34, which is dealing with the minister's powers to amend the schedules, the first, third, and fourth schedules. The first schedule deals with the composition of the board and all the rules that govern the way the board operates. The fourth schedule does the same for the appeal tribunal. And the third schedule, which is not headed but should be, deals with the application form for a provisional license application. And I think that if the minister is amending the schedules, that should come to Parliament. You can do it by order, but it should be subject to affirmative resolution, because the minister is effectively changing the law, and the law as passed by Parliament. The Parliament has passed a law with these schedules in it, and the minister, for example, could theoretically do something fairly drastic with the composition of the Tourist Board. I'm not talking about you, Minister, because you won't be there for much longer. But even somebody on our side, or some future minister, you see, could, and we need to deal with the law in the abstract, and see whatever could happen. And I'm just saying that if you're going to amend the schedules, we should at least bring it to Parliament for the Parliament to have a chance to see it. and vote on it. Yeah. Clause 37, which is a transitional provision, it has some errors in it because it says that subject to subsection 2, a person who at the commencement date of this act is operating a tourism enterprise shall within 12 months from the commencement date or with such longer period as the minister may by notice prescribe in the Gazette, apply to the Jamaica Tourist Board to be registered and licensed as a tourism enterprise. But 16.1 doesn't require licensing. It only requires registration. So that needs to be addressed in 37.1a. 16.1, which is dealing with the artisan villages, convention centers, craft traders, tour guide services, travel halls, and these places of interest. None of those require licensing. They just require registration. So 37.1 ought to cover that situation. And similarly, again, in relation to subsection 2, where it says a license granted under the repealed act, the Tourist Board Act, for the operation of tourism accommodation shall remain valid. That is okay. That one is all right. But subsection 37.1 needs to be adjusted, given the nature of 16.1. In the first schedule, which deals with the Board of Directors, I think if we're modernizing the legislation, Minister, we ought to have some qualifications applying to those who are appointed by the minister to be directors of the Tourist Board. As it's written here, it just says it shall be not fewer than 5, no more than 11 members appointed by the minister. There's no guide as to what qualifications, what different categories of persons to have a rounded board with the necessary range of expertise. It's left entirely up to you and then up to the minister. That's not the normal formulation any longer. That used to be the case back in the 50s and 60s and so on. But in more modern times, we provide guidance in the form of, for example, some people with accounting background or in finance, some people with legal background, some people with human resources background, somebody maybe from, and so on. That isn't provided here, and it should be. And then when it talks about qualification for appointment, it does not exclude somebody who has an actual or perceived conflict of interest due to his or her association with the tourism industry. And I think that's a gap, because these people are going to be reviewing decisions of the Tourist Board around licensing and registration and everything else. So conflicts of interest ought to be avoided in the composition of the Tourist Board, and that's missing from the formulation that you have here. And I think a couple of smaller points. On page 37, the third schedule is headed there, but there's a reference to 19.2, but I think it should be a reference to 18.1 and 2, because that is where the registration provision is dealt with. That's just a heading issue. No, so and Minister, the fourth schedule, which is the composition of the board. Oh, I see a heading for the third schedule, but it's in the middle of a page, which is somewhat unusual, the way it's set out. I think that's why I didn't see it. It doesn't begin on a new page. So, in the fourth schedule, it doesn't state again any qualifications for the membership of the appeal tribunal. It says that it should consist of 5 members appointed by the minister. No indication of the skill set required to be on this appellate body. Again, that's not the modern approach. What about knowledge of law, knowledge of economics, etc.? And again, there's no provision in the disqualifications for appointment, which is paragraph 4 of the fourth schedule, no provision for the absence of a conflict of interest by virtue of an association with the industry. It is true that there is a provision that requires, if the person has an interest in a particular matter, they must disclose it. But I think that if you have somebody who's known to have a structural association with the industry, they should not be appointed in the first place. And I think that is a gap which should be filled. So Minister, I think that you need to have a chance with your technical team to consider some of these points I've made, and let us not pass your bill, which I know that you're proud of and want to see enacted, and is since 1955, you know, that's 70 years. You know, we should, I think, give themselves the chance to pass a good bill and have a chance to review the points that I've made. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from St. Mary Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I know what I'm going to say would be in your interest. Minister, I have just a small concern here, and I need, in going through it, to assure some operators in this country that they might not be in foul of the law. I'm looking at 2 in the bill, section 2. A tourism enterprise means an establishment, and the leader spoke to it somewhat, but I'm taking from a different angle. An establishment that provides one or more services, facilities, or product to attract, not but or accommodate tourists and domestic tourists. And then you had at 37, a person who commences at, and that was read. I want you to look at the instance of, well, the leader mentioned a restaurant, but there are many operators in this country of small clubs. Minister, small clubs. I wish the minister would listen to this particular one. Small clubs, small bars, small taverns, as have been licensed to do. And they have a little component of it, which is exotic dancers. They provide exotic dancers. We call them go-go clubs, and many are in the Speaker's constituency. Are they required to be registered under this act as a tourism enterprise? Because if they do not, they run afoul at 37, Minister, and we need some clarification on this, because it would mean that every single entity that provides, whether it's domestic or people cater to foreigners, but it's a little village shop, a little township shop that offers something. And you read, Minister, an establishment that provides one or more services, one, facilities or products to attract or accommodate tourists. Leave the or accommodate, but just only attract. It means, therefore, that they have to be registered as a tourism enterprise. And I have some concerns with this. And in your response, I wish you would speak to it, because it means that a significant number of establishment, businesses in this country will have to be registered with the Tourist Board to comply with the law.
Minister.
The member of St. Andrew South.
Western,
sorry.
Thank you. Minister, just to really give focus to one area of concern that has already been touched on, but I want to amplify it. It is that you're really now talking about bringing in a new piece of legislation in the midst of some operating entities, and that include new build, what we define as new build. But it really is a pre-existing situation, and I didn't see a transitional provision in the bill to take account of those situations or the reality that you have pre-existing operation. And how now, and that is in respect of both Airbnb or traditional hotel operation, but that there will need to be different compliance. I don't know the extent to which. Perhaps now the hotels have to apply for registration and licensing. So if it applies only to the new situation, like Airbnb, which is now being brought under regulation, then the question of a transitional timeline to accomplish that, I think is something that should be considered. You're not now talking about something prospectively. You're really almost talking about a retroactive application of the law to pre-existing operations. I think that is, with criminal provisions attaching to it, I really think there needs to be a transitional mechanism so that the law applies not only, if the law was applying only prospectively, that's one thing, but it has a retroactive effect. And I think that should be considered very carefully, or we may find ourselves criminalizing activities and players that have been operating, and there may be complication based upon the requirements that needed to be addressed. And we have some specific timelines and dates, like 30 days, when it may in fact require more, which is a point already pointed to. But lastly, Minister, I just want to say that the instances of dual jurisdiction should be considered, especially when you identify the domestic and define in this legislation domestic tourism and enterprise and new enterprises, tourism enterprises that will be formed as a consequence of that definition. I think you need to look very carefully, and it should be considered very carefully, the instances of dual jurisdictions, where you're going to have KSMC and other regulators, and where you may need to say this is exclusively to be regulated by the Tourism Board, because you may find other regulators operating in the same space and creating a very complicated situation. That needs to be thought out very carefully. That's my submission.
Mr. Speaker, my single contribution to this bill is to say that we cannot pass this bill today, having heard this discussion. When I think of how far-reaching the implications are for thousands of Jamaicans, let me be parochial in my own constituency and think of all the developments that have taken place and those persons who have made investments by buying apartments and townhouses for the purposes of using them for Airbnb. It triggers a liability here, which is criminal. Because first, there would have been no consultation, and I can say that for sure. There wouldn't have been consultation, and immediately, as soon as this bill is passed, if they are not registered, they are in breach. So we can't pass a bill with this far-reaching. And if you think of our tourism landscape, 5 years ago it would have been very different than what exists right now. There are literally there are thousands of Airbnb-type operations across the country. And we are, in essence, regulating them. And the issue is not that I have an issue with what you're doing with regulation. It's the timing I'm talking about. To pass this today, for it to go to Senate, for it to go to the GG, to be assented at this particular time, I think we're doing an injustice to the players in the industry. So I am saying, Minister, and I'm not sure what the reason for the haste is. I know you wanted to do it last week. We may not come back here again in the life of this Parliament, but to pass something like this is wrong, given how far-reaching the implications are. So I'm urging time for the consultation and for those who are being affected. I hear you saying you consult, but may I tell you, me know the majority of people who run Airbnb don't know nothing about this. Or the first time they might hear about this. I could just call it plain. First time they might hear about this. Give it time. Don't rush it. Don't create a liability and put people in a... No, you say it's not for Airbnb, but people who are operating what you call domestic tourism. They're caught within it. When when Vibes Cartel, we're coming up to independence, emancipation, every Airbnb in Kingston is going to be full, some fest. These people are caught in this legislation that you want to pass. So my urge is not to rush it. My urge, yes, please listen. I don't always agree with Delroy, but beg you, listen to what Delroy said. Suspend. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I must say that I have the greatest of respect for the Minister of Tourism.
That's true.
Right? Most of us in here do. But the reality is that this bill is going to have a far-reaching effect on many young professionals in this country, many of whom supplement their income with earnings from short-term rentals. I am here sitting and I'm wondering why we did not have a joint select committee of Parliament to review this significant issue. At the Joint Select Committee, Minister, we invite the various stakeholders who are going to be affected to come and participate. We know there are issues that have been out there from a long time, where the hotels have been complaining that they have to pay room taxes, whilst the Airbnbs don't, and that it has affected their business in a negative way, especially those hotels in Kingston. And whilst some balance has to be struck, we have to be careful how we approach it, because we will be, by doing this, disenfranchising thousands of Jamaicans. In fact, I listened to your presentation a few weeks ago. You spoke to the earnings from the Airbnb sector, which ranged in the billions of dollars. That is potentially several $1 billion being sucked out of the economy almost overnight. I mean, whilst I take your point that everything is subject to extraordinary ministerial oversight and powers given to the minister under the Act, the reality is that this is going to have a serious effect on many Jamaicans, many who are depending every day. And there's a benefit to Airbnb as opposed to long-term rental, which many attorneys can tell you, is that when you have an Airbnb, you don't have to worry about recovery of possession, which is what many landlords over the years have struggled with. Persons renting long-term and you have to go to court to get them out. With Airbnbs, it is more beneficial. You understand? So I'm urging you, Minister, to place this bill before a Joint Select Committee of Parliament. Let the Joint Select Committee look at it and let the stakeholders come and we have a conversation with them, and then we can take it from there. Yeah. But you're a responsible minister and I know you'll do the right thing. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, you know, sometimes in deliberating on these matters, we tend to overstate a position in relation to an element of the provisions that may have been put, totally overlooking the essence of what the bill seeks, in fact, to do. And it is unfair, first of all, to suggest, and the focus has been on Airbnb, and it's unfair to say that simply because Airbnb is not unstructured. Airbnb operates on platforms that are highly structured, for which certain requirements are made, for which they must comply, failing which they will never be on those platforms. So within its own self, there is that regulatory. And the discussions are not about them and rates per se. The discussion is about how do we ensure destination assurance. That is to say, how do we ensure the integrity of the destination is maintained at all levels, irrespective of who is participating in the process. But I must tell you that I get the feeling of the House in this regard. Firstly, I want to make the point that consultations were heavy and strong, including the leadership, because Airbnb has a leadership, a structured leadership in Jamaica. I want to make the point to the world that this minister is who has made Airbnb accepted globally. Because when I was chair of the executive committee of the UN responsible for affiliates, Airbnb came before us as a concern by the established accommodation subsector. And as chairman, I made the point that that which Airbnb represented in the sharing economy was in fact an innovation that was democratizing the accommodation subsector, for which I fully subscribe. And I want that point to be made and understood. So I don't want people to come here with a politically aligned argument to try to suggest that in any way we are trying to create legislation that will inure to the detriment of this very important segment of the accommodation subsector, because we have already declared that that is a huge area of democratization of that subsector. I want that point to be made clear. So whatever decision that I make today in relation to the continuation of this particular debate has nothing to do with the misguided positions being posited with regards to the Airbnb subsector. I have made that point very strong at all times. In fact, I am the one who, in fact, has indicated the extent to which they have benefited from tourism last year. A third, exactly, of the visitors who come stayed in Airbnb. And it is moving at a clip that requires for the security of the visitors that they be looked at carefully. And they have no difficulty with that. And I have also had discussion with Airbnb itself in terms of how we can relate to the contribution that is to be made. And it would come directly from Airbnb and not from any of the owners of those homestays in Jamaica. So I just want you to appreciate that the thinking on this side is deeper and wider than that. And I want to debunk the political component that is so infused in this debate today, because it is not intended to be a political issue. It is an issue about totally reviewing, and I'm making the point against my knowledge and experience in this game. And I broke no quarters on this one. And what I know is that we have got to reimagine the process of tourism and reconfigure the legislative and regulatory framework to enable, exactly. Now, once we agree on that, we have something that we can move forward with. And so I am quite prepared to truncate the debate today in the interest of another view on your side. Because I believe in all very seriousness, I believe that an understanding on your part needs to be had. Because tourism is for all. And it is difficult for us to pursue, this huge 1/3 of the economy, where there's a level of misunderstanding to the extent that is noted here today. And whilst I accept that there are elements that we can review and the legislative team can review, I refuse to accept that this is designed to alienate or otherwise denigrate or otherwise displace any of them. Of course, and you made a great point about what it will do to Airbnb and that group. And the time, of course, relates. No legislation happens retroactively, nor does it happen immediately. There is always a regulation which follows, which indicate the process by which the legislation will become effective. And that we know, and you know very well, and that it would come. But, Mr. Speaker, in keeping with the sense that we have, that there is need for greater understanding on all sides, I am prepared to suspend the debate and to enable, not for further consultation, because we have had that. It is over 3 years. It's over 3 years that we have been working with the sectors on this one. And the president of the JHTA, in his statement on Saturday, spoke to the repeal, and that the fact is that it was going to Parliament and that they look forward to its approval and passage through the House. It was actually said. So we have no difficulty in terms of consultation there. But I have a sense that this is the House of Parliament and there has to be understanding on all sides. And therefore I will move my arm, Mr. Speaker, that we suspend the debate at this time, and we will get back to dealing with it when we are here again, as we will. And you will be there where you are, as you know where you are. May it please you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg for recommittal of reports of committee. You're going to do it. But it just came. Madam, Mr. Speaker, I have been guided that the report from the PAAC is still being. No, I understand that there was a situation which had to be corrected, and therefore the member from.
Minister, for procedure,
yes.
Put the question to the House.
Yes. So, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move for the suspension of the bill.
The request is for the suspension of this debate. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it. House Leader.
The Minister of Science, Technology and Transport will now make his presentation.
Mr. Speaker, the House may recall my previous statement on May 30th, 2025, affirming the mandate given to the Ministry of Science, Energy, Telecommunications and Transport to implement new changes to motor vehicle registration and certificate of fitness services announced by the Prime Minister in his budget presentation on March 11, 2025. I then gave notice that the Ministry intends to progress to implementation on July 1st, 2025. I will speak to the new date in due course. Mr. Speaker, in pursuing the relevant matters for the implementation of this policy mandate, the interministerial group convened by the Ministry for this purpose assessed and identified legislative and technological changes. On the matter of the technological changes, I advise that the development phase is complete and the implementation date is July 21st, 2025. In respect of the legislative modifications, the members of this House may recall specifically that the policy changes announced propose the establishment of new maximum validity periods for motor vehicle registration and certificate of fitnesses, which are intended to support the government of Jamaica's planned action in streamlining processes for efficiency and economic development. Speed. The bill is being passed now to align with the government's broader initiative to enhance administrative efficiency and modernize road user management. It primarily resolves inefficiencies associated with a paper-based system and facilitates smoother and more robust interagency data sharing. In this regard, the bill provides for electronic issuance of fitness and registration certificates. The focus aligns with global trends as physical vehicles and paper documents are costly, inefficient, and on the verge of becoming obsolete. However, this amendment not only benefits the government by enhancing the efforts towards modernizing its processes, but also benefits motorists by providing longer certificate validity periods. Example, 5 years for new motor vehicles, and reduce renewal costs for operators. It is emphasized that the measure in this bill was never intended for revenue enhancement, but rather to improve service delivery and to facilitate a shift towards integration of technology and efficient service delivery. The bill therefore seeks to amend the Road Traffic Act 2018 and the Road Traffic Regulations 2022 in the manner set out in the clause-by-clause review I will now embark on. The key objectives of the bills are as follows: to create new periods of validity of the fitness and registration certificate for all categories of motor vehicles, to enhance administrative efficiency.
Minister, just a moment.
Oh, it wasn't tabled. I was so anxious to get it done.
I had indicated that I want for a recommittal of motions given orally to allow for the bill to be tabled, and for the minister to make the presentation thereafter. So can we please have that done? Yes, of motions given orally.
Ready?
Recommittal of bill of notice of motion given orally and presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice at the next meeting of the House I'll move to introduce and have read a first time a bill shortly entitled the Road Traffic Amendment Act 2025.
Presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained.
Mr. Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to introduce and have read a first time a bill shortly entitled the Road Traffic Act Amendment Act 2025.
A bill shortly entitled the Road Traffic Amendment Act 2025 read a first time.
Public business. Minister.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So as I said, Mr. Speaker, the key objective of the bills are as follows: to create new periods of validity of the fitness and registration certificate for all categories of motor vehicle, to enhance administrative efficiency and modernize road user management by applying Section 129 of the Act.
Minister, sorry, you have to ask for a suspension of the standing order. And remember, once you ask for the suspension, you will start from the beginning.
Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to introduce and have read the first time a bill shortly entitled the Road Traffic Act Amendment 2025.
The question is that the standing order be suspended to allow the minister to take a second reading of the bill shortly entitled the Road Traffic Amendment Act 2025. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Minister, you can start the debate.
The removal of the requirement to affix physical license decals to motor vehicles and physically presenting fitness and registration certificates upon demand to a constable will result in the removal of the penalties associated with the current requirements. Mr. Speaker, I'll now highlight key elements of the bill. Clause 1, the short title and construction. Clause 1 contains the name of the ill and which may be cited as the Road Traffic Amendment Act 2025. The bill, as the title suggests, will amend the Road Traffic Act 2018, hereinafter referred to as the Principal Act, shall be read and construed as one with the Principal Act and all the amendments to it. Clause 1 highlights the bill will become in effect by appointment notice given by me and published in the Gazette. By Clause 1, different days may be assigned in which different provisions in the bills will come into operation. Clause 2 seeks to amend Section 2 of the Principal Act by deleting the term license decal and the definition. Clause 3 will amend Section 7 primarily to remove the mandatory requirement for the drivers to provide evidence of the motor vehicle registration and fitness certificates for inspection upon demand by a constable. Consequently, a driver will not be penalized for not providing documents related to motor vehicle registration and fitness for inspection, and as such, the related offense expressed subsection 3 of the Principal Act is removed. Clause 4, the word act inadvertently placed at section 12(2)(c) of the Principal Act will be deleted to provide clarity. Clause 5 amends section 13 of the Principal Act as follows: by deleting the reference to license decal, making the motor vehicle license process to no registration plates to be acquired and affixed, and registration certificates. The registration plates to be kept affixed is to be done in a manner so that it may not be obscured and easily disguisable. Clause 6 anchors the main provisions relating to the new validity period for the motor vehicle. Registration, specifically subsection 1 of section 14 of the Principal Act, is amended to make provisions for a motor vehicle license may be granted for a period of 24 months, 20 months, or 6 months, as the case may be, commencing from the first day of the month in which the license first takes effect. The license duty payable under section 17 on a motor vehicle shall, if the license is taken out of the period at 24 months, be paid on the biennial rate of duty applicable to the motor vehicle. 12 months be an amount equal to half of the biennial rate and duty applicable to the motor vehicle. And 6 months be an amount equal to 1/4 of the biennial rate of the duty application to that motor vehicle. Clause 7, amendment of section 16. Under section 16, provisions related to the surrender of original motor vehicle license are set out. In those provisions, the original license which was issued by a motor vehicle and where the motor vehicle was subsequently used or altered in a manner such that a higher or lower rate of license duty is required to be surrendered to the Island Traffic Authority. Clause 7 will repeal and replace the existing requirement at Section 16 so as not to require the holder of the original motor vehicle license to immediately surrender to the ITA. This is to support the enhanced use of electronic documents. Clause 8, amendment of Section 17, subsections 1 and 2 of Section 17 of the Principal Act are amended by deleting the word annual. This is to support the new maximum validity period of 24 months for a motor vehicle license. Clause 9 and 10, amendments of the first schedule and second schedule. Under Clause 9 and 10 of this bill, the first schedule and the second schedule to the Principal Act are amended by deleting certain specified offenses under Column 2, respectively, which are related to Section 7.3 and 13.3 and 13.5 as follows. In the case of Section 7.3, the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th offenses specified in Column 2 will be deleted so that the failure of drivers to provide evidence of motor vehicle fitness and registration documents is not an offense. In the offenses specified under Column 2 in relation to Sections 13.3 and 13.5, the words or license decal will be deleted so that the use of the license decal issued for a motor vehicle on any other motor vehicle or in relation to a license decal not affixed or kept affixed to the motor vehicle is not required and will not constitute an offense. Clause 11, amendment of the road traffic regulations. Clause 11 directs that the bill will amend certain provisions of the road traffic regulations 2022. The specific provisions highlighted for modification are listed in the first column, and the details of the modifications in the second column of the schedule for the bill. The amendments specified in the second column of the schedule for this bill shall be read and construed as one with the road traffic regulations 2022. Regulation 4, paragraph 4 is deleted and the paragraphs 4 and 4A inserted. The new paragraph 4 provides that a certificate of fitness that is A, granted for new commercial carriers, public passenger vehicles, and trailers should be valid for a period of 3 years. Granted for used commercial carriers, public passenger vehicles, and trailers shall be valid for 1 year, and granted for new private motor vehicles shall be a valid period for 5 years. The grant for private motor vehicles which are 10 years old or less shall be valid for a period of 3 years, and granted for private vehicles which are more than 10 years will be valid for 1 year. 4A, in paragraph 4, the new terms are defined. New private motor vehicle means a motor vehicle which has not previously been registered or licensed in any jurisdiction with a mileage of 250 kilometers or less recorded on the odometer. And let me just say that the reason for that is because despite the fact that you are buying a new vehicle, either from a local dealer or an overseas dealer, there is sometimes transportation to get the vehicles to the ports, which require them to be driven. And therefore, the mileage that has been, the limit for the mileage that has been limited is about 100 miles. But the fact of the matter is that that only qualifies if the vehicle has never been registered in any jurisdiction, which means it is coming directly from the manufacturer from source. So that is something that was sought out and discussed, because the fact of the matter is that if you didn't put a mileage, then you would not qualify because the vehicle would have on mileage and would not be deemed as a new vehicle, despite the fact that it has never been licensed. Used commercial carriers means a motor vehicle, whether imported into or manufactured in Jamaica, which is more than 2 years old and previously owned by one or more registered owner, with a mileage of 251 kilometers or more recorded on the odometer. Regulation 7, in Regulation 7, paragraph 7, 5 is deleted. In paragraph 6, the word license certificate is to be deleted and replaced with registration certificate. In Regulation 8, subparagraph 2M, which requires a number assigned to the license vehicle to be entered in the motor vehicle register, is deleted. Regulation 9, first-time application for licensing, paragraphs 3, 4, and 5 are to be deleted and new provisions are inserted. To enable the authority, issue to the owner of the motor vehicle the registration certificate pursuant to application for licensing. Require the date of expiration of a registration certificate issued under this regulation to be clearly stated on the face of the registration certificate. And to make a registration certificate issued under this regulation is valid for a period of 24 months, 12 months, or 6 months, as the case may be, from the date on which it is issued. Regulation 10, renewal of licensing. In paragraph 1B, license certificate is to be deleted and replaced with a registration certificate. A new paragraph 2 will be incorporated to provide that. Where the authority is satisfied with that the motor vehicle meets the requirements for renewal of registration certificate, the authority shall issue the owner of the motor vehicle a new registration certificate in the form set out as Form B1 in Part A of the third schedule. Paragraph 4 will then be deleted. For Regulation 10, in paragraph 1B, license certificate is to be deleted and replaced with registration certificate. Delete paragraph 2 and substitute, therefore, the following. Where the authority is satisfied that the motor vehicle meets the requirements for the renewal of the registration certificate, the authority shall issue to the owner of the motor vehicle a number registration certificate in the form set out as Form B1 in Part A of the third schedule. Number 3, delete paragraph 4. Regulation 11 will require the owner or driver of a motor vehicle, as the case may be, shall make available for inspection upon request by a constable or an officer authorized by the ITA the insurance certificate or cover note. The driver of a motor vehicle bearing demonstration plates is to make available for inspection upon request by a constable or an officer authorized by the ITA the receipt of the annual fees associated with the demonstration plates and the fleet insurance certificate of the dealer. There will be changes to the demonstration plates, which are being discussed at the National Security Council, and those will be announced in due course. That will be the new regulations for demonstration plates for new and used car dealers. Regulation 12 will be amended to provide that the owner of a driver of a motor vehicle that is registered and licensed shall ensure the registration plates are affixed to the front and back of the motor vehicle so that the characters on the registration plates are upright and in a conspicuous position and are clearly visible from a distance of at least 20 meters. In the case of motorcycle, the owner or driver of the motorcycle shall ensure that the registration plates are affixed to the front and back of the motorcycle as close to centrally positioned as is practicable, so that the characters on the registration plates are upright and in a conspicuous position and clearly visible from a distance of at least 5 meters. In the case of a truck or a trailer, the owner or person in charge of the truck or trailer shall ensure that the registration plates are affixed to the truck on the front and rear thereof, and in the case of the trailer, at the rear only on the vehicle, so that the characters of the registration plates are upright and in a conspicuous position and are clearly visible for a distance of at least 20 meters. A person is prohibited from covering a registration plate or otherwise placing anything over or on such registration plate which obscures the characters of the registration plate or otherwise obscures a registration plate. Under Section 15, in paragraph 1 and 3, license certificate is to be deleted and replaced with registration certificate. Regarding Regulation 17, in paragraph 1, the words license certificate will be deleted and substituted with the words registration certificate, and the word original will also be deleted. In paragraph 2, the words license certificate, wherever they occur, will be deleted and substituted in each case with the words registration certificate. At subparagraph 6, the word original will be deleted. At Regulation 18, paragraph 1 is amended in the following manner. A, to delete the words license certificate wherever they occur and substitute in each case with the words registration certificate and delete the words license decal where they occur. Section 20, the marginal note is updated to delete the words license decal. the words license certificate wherever they occur, and substituted in each case with the words registration certificate. Paragraph 2 and the marginal notes are deleted. In Regulation 22, paragraph 1 is reformulated to state that where the owner of a motor vehicle desires to transfer the ownership of that vehicle, the owner shall endorse the certificate of title in the presence of an officer of the authority and shall make available to the transferee the certificates of title, certificate of fitness, and registration certificate in respect of the vehicle, and the transferee shall apply to the authority for a certificate of title in the form set out as Form MV01 in part of the third schedule. In paragraph 3, the words license certificate wherever they occur and substitute, therefore, in each case, the words registration certificate. Regulation 23, this provision is amended so that the words license certificate are to be deleted wherever they occur and replaced with the words registration certificate. In paragraph 2, the words license issued will be substituted with words registration certificate issued. Regulation 24, in paragraph 1, the words license certificate wherever they appear will be replaced in each case with the words registration certificate. Regulation 25, in paragraph 1, the words license certificate will be substituted with the words registration certificate. Regulation 26 will be updated to, among other things, to require, in relation to motor vehicle licensing, a registration certificate in accordance with Form B1 in Part A of the third schedule. Reference to licensed vehicle will be deleted and the words license certificate will replace the registration certificate. At Regulation 77F, the words a licensed vehicle is to be deleted. Regulation 98 in paragraph 2, delete the words licensed vehicle will be deleted. The third schedule is updated as follows. 1, in Part A, delete the heading to Form B1 and substitute, therefore, the heading Motor Vehicle Registration Certificate. In Part A, delete Form B2. In Item 7 of Part B, the words License Certificate will be substituted with the words Registration Certificate. In Item 8 of Part B, the words Decal will be deleted. The fifth schedule will be updated to reflect, in part, the first column in relation to the offense numbered under Regulation 18.2, and the deletion of the words license certificate to be substituted with the words registration certificate, and B, the words license decal. Mr. Speaker, this bill represents a portion of a comprehensive set of matters under consideration for revision of the Road Traffic Act and regulations. The bill represents one element of the steps being taken by the government to improve efficiency, not only with respect to the road matters, but also road traffic and safety generally. I therefore seek the approval of the House for these amendments.
Remember, I moved this in 2016. That too. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Minister, the intention is understandable because we know, as you had indicated some time ago when you broached the subject, that the process that one undergoes at the respective ITA offices is onerous sometimes. You lose time, you spend long times there, and the fact that this has come before us now is a welcome move. Just one concern, however, and we have to be practical and mindful of how things are. I am happy that for the public passenger vehicles, that after the initial 3 years, then it is every year that they are renewed. Right. I mean, they can renew from 6, but the point I'm making is that that particular 1-year period is important because the conditions of some of the roads that these vehicles have to travel on is of concern, especially in light of that they are conveying passengers, young children, old people, that sort of thing. So, yeah, but outside of the school hours, the young one travels still. So that particular yearly thing is important. My concern, though, is the initial 5 years for the new motor vehicles. And my concern borders on the concern about the public passenger vehicles as well, the 1-year thing. We are all expecting that the conditions of the roads will improve, you know. So it is a touch and go in terms of my thinking how that will operate. Just one minor concern as well is, and I know there is provision, but just trying to think back, in the case of an accident which might not necessarily be major, but would possibly have some impact on the front end of the vehicle, how do we negotiate in this particular instance, the process of fitness?
Permission to speak from a seat other than my own. Mr. Speaker, I rise briefly to support the bill and really to just express commendation. The bill offers, when put into law, offers an advantage without any disadvantage, an advantage of efficiency and just sheer convenience. The new registration time frame will really save a lot of motorists a lot of time. And the new provision in respect of the certificate of fitness for a new vehicle makes so much sense. I just cannot understand why we didn't have it in place before. And I just want to say to every member of the motoring public that the bill is really making life easier for your registration and your fitness of certificate. And I support it, and I know that it will bring a lot of ease for those who will take advantage of it without any disadvantage to those who will continue on the system that currently exists. Minister, I commend you for moving with haste to address a situation that so many members of the public have asked, why can we not have a longer period for the certificate of fitness for a new motor vehicle? And also, why can we not have a longer registration period for the motor vehicles for those who can take advantage of it? So it's a good day. I wholeheartedly support the amendments being made.
Thank you very much, colleague. So, colleague from Central St. Mary, let's start with the public passenger vehicles from 6 months to a year. Take your point 100% in terms of the fact that they are public passenger vehicles. They are traveling much more miles per day with precious cargo of all sorts of Jamaicans. So the ITA and the Transport Authority will still have their part to play, because if they stop a vehicle and they don't deem the vehicle in the condition that they think, they can order it off the road and it has to be inspected and pass. So there's a safeguard for that, and we will be vigilant because of the fact that it is a fact that with the road conditions and everything that goes with it, and the overloading, etc., so you can rest assured that that has been something that has been thought out. So let's go to the new cars. 5 years for certificate of fitness, despite the fact that currently everything is every year. So basically, you're still going to pay the yearly fee for one time that will last you for the 5 years. So you will not be asked to pay for 5 years one time. And the reason for that is very simple. You are only getting a service once. So it would not be fair and equitable to charge 5 years when you really only are buying a receipt on the first time. So I know that my colleague, Minister of Finance, I see her holding her head there. She's not very happy about that, but so may it be. And the second thing is that I want to mention to you is that on the market now, with the competition that is there are vehicles with 8-year warranty. So before, when I was a youngster, it used to be 2-year warranty. As a matter of fact, I think it started from 1-year warranty and X amount of miles. Now with the explosion of all the new technologies, etc., you're going now to 8 years of warranty. So 5 years is more than a reasonable expectation that the vehicle, once it is coming from the manufacturer, and it is indeed a new vehicle, never been licensed in any jurisdiction, mileage only to take it to the port, or to take it from Kingston to buy it in Kingston, but you live in Montego Bay. So the 5 years I'm not concerned about. Again, if it meets an accident or whatever, there are safeguards with the insurance company, with the ITA, that you stop the car, you always have the right to order it for inspection. So I take your point, and as I said before, especially with the public passenger, the 1 year was a discussion, but we figured in terms of doing everything, it would be not equitable to at least make an adjustment so that all sectors and all classifications of vehicles benefit from this new innovative system.
Minister, I support what you're doing, but you turned to your colleague in front of me. You said she was holding her head. It obviously has revenue implications for the ITA, which I believe is a self-financing entity. So the question is there going to be a requirement from the central budget to supplement the income that the ITA will lose from the annual revenues that it would collect from the registration of vehicles? And from your estimation, to what would that figure look like?
Some rough calculations. We have asked for all the data to come in. As far as new cars are concerned, the last 2 years, about 10,000 new cars between dealers and individual importers of new cars. So you multiply 4 years, $18,000 for 4 years, times it in about 180 million over 4 years. So there is a gap there, but as I said, based on the preliminaries, it's not something that will cause us to have any major issue. Thank you.
Minister, you want to conclude the debate?
Now, as a second reading, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, my colleagues, for their patience and time.
The question is that the bill be read a second time. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Road Traffic Act to create a new period of validity for fitness and registration certificates of motor vehicles to facilitate the use of electronic fitness and registration certificates for motor vehicles and for connected matters read a second time.
The House will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill clause by clause.
Clauses 1 to 11.
The question is that the question is that I put clauses 1 to 11. Those in favor? Those against, ayes have it.
Schedule. Yeah. Chairman, I just have a slight change to the definition of new private motor vehicle. An amendment. Colleagues, just listen to this. It says a new motor vehicle means a motor vehicle which has not been previously registered or licensed with a mileage of 250 kilometers or less recorded on the odometer. One of the understanding is that what I would like to propose is that the definition should means a motor vehicle which is being registered or licensed in the year of its manufacture. So I would like the definition for new. That's the point. No. No. I did confer, you know. What it is saying, you see, my proposal is that a new private motor vehicle means a motor vehicle which is being registered or licensed in the year of its manufacture. And the basis.
If motor vehicles sometimes come out a year before, so if that definition will cause a problem, if in 2025 you can have a 2026 model and it is being registered in 2025, so that alone would make that definition problematic.
5 vehicle registered is the 2026. You call it 2026, but it is registered in the year of its manufacture, 2025.
No. Chairman, I don't see any problems with the previous definition. I think the definition as proposed will lead to a lot of confusion, as the Minister rightfully pointed out. So I believe the definition that was there earlier is totally fine.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, and if I might add to that, there are motor vehicles that would come into the island on 2024, and it is a 2025 model. And you register it in December 2024. So that would also create a problem.
Chairman, we put the schedule. What's the next clause?
I put the schedule. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. I put the title and enacting clause. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. The question is that I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without any amendment. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without any amendment. Minister.
Third reading. So, Mr. Speaker, ask for a third reading.
The question is that the bill be read a third time. Those in favor? Those against?
An act to amend the Road Traffic Act to create a new period of validity for fitness and registration certificates of motor vehicles to facilitate the use of electronic fitness and registration certificates for motor vehicles and for connected matters read a third time and passed.
House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move for the recommittal of announcements, reports from committees, and notices of motions given orally to facilitate the PAAC's report and subsequent
debate of the first supplementary estimate, PAAC. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
Announcements.
Also laid on the table of the House is the report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on its deliberations on the first supplementary estimates of expenditure for the financial year ending March 31, 2026.
Report from committees.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay on the table of the House of Representatives a copy of the reports of the Public Administration and Appropriation Committee and its deliberations on the first supplementary estimates for the financial year 2025-2026.
Notices of motion given orally.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move for the following motions. Be it resolved that the report of the Public Administration and Appropriation Committee on its deliberations on the first supplementary estimates for the financial year 2025-2026, which was laid on the table of the House on the first day of July 2025, be adopted. Mr. Speaker, I have further begged to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of standing orders to enable me to take this motion.
Public business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
The question is that the standing order be suspended to enable the member to take the motion, notice of which he gave earlier. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that the motion be approved.
The question is that the motion be approved. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. House Leader.
Orally, please, Mike. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move for the recommittal of the item notices of motions given orally.
Notices of motion given orally.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move, be it resolved that the first supplementary estimates for the financial year 2025-2026, which was laid on the table of the House on the first day of July 2025, be referred to the Standing Finance Committee of the whole House of Representatives, consisting of all the members of the House for consideration and report. And to be it further resolved that the committee, during its deliberations, take into account the recommendations contained in the report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on its deliberations on the first supplementary estimates for the financial year 2025-2026, which was laid on the table of the House on the first day of July 2025. Mr. Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion.
Public business.
Mr. Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
The question is that the standing order be suspended to enable the minister to take the motion, notice of which he gave earlier. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that the motion be approved.
The question is that the motion be approved. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. House Leader.
Of Agriculture and Fisheries. No? But they make the motion.
This is where we are.
Yes.
This is where we are.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I beg for suspension of the sitting to allow for the Standing Finance Committee to be convened. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is that the meeting of the House be suspended for the Standing Finance Committee to meet to consider the first supplementary estimate for the financial year 2025-2026. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. At this time, the Standing Finance of the House of Representatives, consisting of all members of the House, is now convened. We will ask Member Robert Miller, St. Catherine South East member, to pray.
Father, we give thee thanks and praises for everything that you have done. We ask that you'll be with us as we deliberate to provide for your people. Guide us, be with our thoughts, our action, our deeds is our prayer. In Jesus' name, amen.
Members, you would have remembered that on the first day of July 2025, the House of Representatives by resolution referred the first supplementary estimates for the financial year 2025-2026 to the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee of the House for consideration and report. The committee's report, along with the first supplementary estimate for the financial year 2025-2026, are now before us for our consideration and report. This committee is now ready to start its deliberations, and I ask the House Leader to inform us how we will proceed.
Mr. Chairman, the Minister of Finance will lead the discussions and no doubt will make her opening remark, and it will be followed by a response from the opposition spokesman on finance. Thereafter, we will take the bill in its full. May it please you.
Mr. Speaker, the first supplementary estimate 2025-2026 is being presented today to facilitate the following: the allocation of a total of $58.1 billion to ministries, departments, and agencies, comprising of $55.6 billion to cover the cost of additional salaries and allowances arising from agreements between the government and public sector unions, staff associations during fiscal year 2024-25. Some of these payments were already allocated to MDAs. This supplementary also takes into consideration the $1.1 billion for the 3% subsidy on residential electricity usage as expenditure in the central government expenditure budget. and $1.4 billion for the acquisition of 110 buses for the rural school bus service. This supplementary also facilitates the transfer of $35.3 billion from the contingencies allocation under the head 20,000 Ministry of Finance and the Public Service to assist in financing the additional expenditure of the MDAs and the reprioritization of expenditure totaling $12.3 billion within the 2025-26 approved budget to assist in financing the additional spending of the MDAs. Mr. Speaker, of the amounts mentioned, approximately $48.1 billion of the commitments is accounted for under the spending category compensation of employees and includes $23.6 billion advancement along the substantive salary bands for eligible central government employees with effect from April 1, 2025 under agreement reached with the Jamaica Confederation of Trade Unions, JCTU. It is called in the the employees general, the central government employees refer to it as movement along the salary band. And it's also called the increments, and the workers would be getting anywhere from 1 to 3 increments. There's also in this, Mr. Speaker, $16.3 billion for extra hours worked, and that's arrears and new rates payable for employees who perform approved hours of work beyond their scheduled weekly work time with effect from August 1, 2024. Of this $16.3 billion being requested, approximately $5.8 billion relates to the Ministry of Health and Wellness, including the Bellevue Hospital. $2.5 billion represents new rate only for the fire brigade under the Ministry of Local Government, and $5.3 billion for the police department based on current levels of spending. There's also $5.6 billion of salary arrears. $3.6 billion of that was due to the medical consultants. And as I said earlier on, some of these have already been paid. $195 million to paramedics and psychiatric nurse aides, and $1.7 billion to correctional officers. There's also $2.3 billion for uniform allowance, and that includes arrears and new rate payable under the new uniform policy and applicable with effect from April 1, 2024 to all public sector employees who are required to be uniformed as determined by the ministry's department, agencies, and public bodies. And these employees will be assigned to one of 4 categories with allowances ranging from $135,000 to $145,000 per year. There's also $2.3 billion going to the Ministry of Health and Wellness, and it is noted that the Ministry of Health and Wellness employees who are entitled to uniform allowance account for 12 of the 16 groups that make up the 2 largest categories of employees covered by the union policy. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, there's another $10 billion that has been allocated. 4.7 of that goes to UHWI, of which $2.8 billion relates to arrears and new rates for medical consultants. Again, some of this has already been paid. $1.1 billion for arrears and new rates for extra hours worked, $625 million for salary advancement, and $136 million for arrears and new rates for uniforms. UTEC, $1.4 billion, representing the second tranche payment under the parity agreement that implemented new salary arrangements at the institution. This sum has already been advanced to UTEC through the budget of the Ministry of Education and is to be assigned as expenditure in the supplementary estimates. There are other commitments I mentioned earlier, the $1.145 billion subsidy on residential electricity, This was initially intended to be deducted from the GCT payments due from JPS. However, that way of doing it is not possible. Therefore, we had to do it. We have to ask JPS to make the full payment of GCT, and then through the expenditure, reimburse them for the subsidy. And then, of course, the $1.4 billion acquisition of the 110 buses for the rural school bus service, and this was based on cabinet decision dated June 2, 2025. And you know, Mr. Speaker, that those buses are coming. Many of them are here already, and more are on the way. There's also 534 million mileage and taxi allowance, and that is for arrears and new rates based on agreement reached in fiscal 2024-25. So those are the some of the major numbers in the supplementary. There will be a redirection of funds in order to continue to have the balanced budget for this supplementary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, I just have a couple of questions. I'm going to deal with the first set. Can you state whether all categories of public sector workers who were entitled to receive what I would call the increments, the 3 years of increments, whether they were actually paid by the end of June? That's the first question. And if they were paid, whether they were paid in full. Secondly, could you state which categories of public sector workers were not entitled to receive the 3 years of increments? I do know that persons who would have been acting in positions or not in their substantive positions would not have been entitled. But are there other categories of public sector workers who were not entitled to receive this, and whether those categories were communicated to and with? Because there seems to be some confusion or misunderstanding on the part of some workers who expected to receive this and have not. So if you could answer those, and I have another set of questions.
All right, in terms of your first question, has everyone received this? No. Because various ministries are at different points in terms of the information that is required to be submitted to the Ministry of Finance and the Public Services. So to the extent that a ministry has completed that exercise and funds have been allocated, you know, they would then proceed to pay. If they've not completed putting together the information on the employees or eligible for this, because remember there are 3 categories for these increments, depending on when you entered the service and how long you've been there. Right? There are 3 different categories for that. So
can I just follow up on that then? Can you state then, of the categories who are entitled, are you in a position to state what percentage or how many of those workers have in fact been paid and how many are outstanding? And I think the distinction you made is important, because to an employee not receiving it, they don't really care whether it's the ministry not prepare it or the central government not pay it out. Them just don't get their money. And I think it's important for that communication to be there, because I know there is some unease among people who expected to get by the end of June as per the agreement with the unions, and they are yet to receive.
Well, I know that the bulk of persons would have received based on the warrants that were given to the MDAs. Again, as I said earlier on, the ministries are at different levels in terms of their information, their HR information. There are some ministries that are on the My HR Plus system, and they were able to submit their information right away. Persons were paid. There are others who, despite their efforts over the years, they're not there yet. So it takes them a lot more time to compile this information. And that's why we have been just drum it in, drumming it into the MDAs, encouraging them to get on to the My HR Plus system so they have a good handle
So is that
on their
optional
employees.
or is that mandatory?
It's not optional, it's mandatory, but it does take time because of the number of employees, especially at entities like the Ministry of Health and Wellness, the number of employees that are there. I can tell you that at the Ministry of Education, having been there and spent the last 4 years working with them to get onto that system, they were able to produce their information, and I haven't heard that there's an issue at that entity. But we're working with the other ministries to have them understand how important this is for them to have their data in the format where they can easily generate reports and manipulate that data so that in moments like this, when you have to make big payments to many employees, it is seamless. And so that's what we're working towards.
You said bulk. Are you able to be more specific than that to say whether it's 70% of the eligible workers, 80%, what number? Because there are workers listening who thought they would have gotten something by last week in the June pay period. They haven't received it, and they certainly would want to know that they're going to receive this in short order. So are you able to say that?
Okay, I can only say the majority. I don't have the specific percentage. I can only say the majority of persons.
All right, can you say the categories that were not entitled to receive this increment?
Contract officers for one. Those that are not aligned to the relevant scales are not eligible to receive, and there may be others, but that's the one that comes to mind.
So you can state that for those employees who are yet to receive it, the issue here is that their respective MDA has not submitted the information for payment to be made.
They may be in the process of, there may be any number of issues associated with it, but we have ensured that the funds are available. They're there and will be allocated once we get the correct information.
So would you be in a position to give a timeline as an outer limit on which all those outstanding payments would be made?
I'll just wait a word from the Financial Secretary. All right, so what I'm hearing from the Financial Secretary is that funds were provided to all. We would have to do our checks with all the particular ministries to see how far they are in their process of in their processing process.
Minister, it's important that there be communication to the unions on this. I understand what you're saying. It may not be a Ministry of Finance issue per se, but it is one government. And at the end of the day, the persons who are expecting to receive this quote-unquote back money haven't gotten it. And the things you're sharing, them not really business with.
So remember, when you consider, if you go back to March of this year, within the month of March, there was a lot of agitation about the circular to go out by the 1st of April about the increments. We sent out the circular. MDAs knew that they had to put their information together and submit it. Not all of them did in the time frame expected.
No, that's here the point I'm making. The point I'm making is that the communication for those who are outstanding, the MDAs that have not provided information, is important that that be shared with the respective unions so that those persons who have not been paid have an understanding of why they haven't been paid, and that the issue is not that there is a lack of funds. But as I said, it is one government, and at the end of the day, they need to at least have a time frame by which they believe the outstanding payments would be made.
Sure.
All right, my second question or set of questions relate to the Accountant General's Department. For some reason, a large number of pensioners were not paid for the June month ending June. Pensioners who actually submitted their life certificates, and I have spoken to a number of them. I don't know what the issue is here, but it seems to be larger than the norm. And as I said, in this case, they submitted their life certificates. They are being told that they have to wait until the next pay cycle at the end of July before they can be paid. Now, we have to think about most employed persons cannot go 2 months without being paid. And pensioners are now being told, having missed the June payroll, that they have to wait till the end of July to be paid, which means going 2 months. Many of them don't have children or other relatives who can buy them over during this period. So I'm asking you to use your office to get the Accountant General to make the outstanding payments before the July pay cycle. It may require additional administrative work, but we can't ask people to go 2 months when they have done what they were asked to do. They submit their life certificate, so that's not the issue. But there are clearly other issues, and it is much larger. Every month you'll have a small fraction outstanding, but for some reason this June period seems to be larger than others. I don't believe the issue here is lack of funding to the Accountant General's Department, but whatever it is, a lot of pensioners have not been paid. There hasn't been communication, and being told to wait to the end of July is really not satisfactory, a satisfactory response to that particular issue.
Member, I agree with you that if that's the case, then it's not satisfactory for our pensioners to wait until the next pay cycle. To be honest, I had not heard of this en masse until you mentioned it, so this is something I'll jump on and investigate. Yes, every month I may get a WhatsApp from 1 or 2 persons saying I have not received my pension payment, and of course I ensure that the respective department or entity respond to it. But it sounds as if you're saying more than the norm, and so I will definitely
I mean,
get on top of that.
There was something on TVJ News last night, I believe on radio earlier. As I said, it is beyond the norm. You always operate with a very small fraction who may have issues, but I have spoken to a couple who submitted, got their receipts, so they have the receipts of their life certificate in hand, and for whatever reason they haven't been paid, and they simply don't have the funds to wait till the end of July to be paid.
I agree, member, it's unacceptable.
Those are my questions. I don't know if colleagues have. Yes, colleagues have.
Yes, Chairman, I just wanted to understand the Minister in relation to the JPS score. You said that they collected the GCT and paid it over to the government, and then you reimburse them the 3% rebate. So where would the consumer fit in this? Because would JPS have collected from them this 7% in their bills? Because I thought what would have occurred is that as of the 1st of May, they would be getting a 3% benefit rather than being taxed the 7% GCT.
So the subsidy that the customers are getting would have been paid on the JPS system, so they would see it reflected in their bills. JPS in turn would have deducted it from whatever their remittance is to the government. That was how initially we thought it was going to work. But since then, we recognize that it cannot be done that way. So in fact, whatever GCT JPS collects on bills, it has to remit 100% of that, and then in turn, we will reimburse them for the subsidy.
And this amount is to take us to the end of the financial year?
Yes. So, Mr. Speaker, the amendments to the first supplementary estimates for the financial year 2025-26.
Minister, stop.
What is it?
There's no amendment.
Okay. Sorry. Oh, sorry.
So there's no amendment, Madam, or there are?
No, there are
none.
There are no
Right.
amendments. Sorry.
Okay, then. Just to confirm.
I read the incorrect thing.
The
So the first supplementary estimates for the financial year 2025-2026 are before us.
No, Madam. The report of the Standing Finance Committee of the whole House of Representatives, consisting of all members of the House on the first supplementary estimates for the financial year 2025-2026, is before me. Is it the wish of the committee that I sign it? Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Let's sign it first. This committee now stands adjourned. This Honourable House now resume its sitting. House Leader.
Just before I seek the recommittal of the items, announcement, reports from committees and notices of motion, the time being 7:18 and closing in on 7:20, I beg to move that the House be allowed to meet after 7:30. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is that the time being 7:20, almost 7:20 p.m., I put that the House be allowed to sit beyond 7:30 p.m. to complete the business of the day. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Business of the House continues.
I beg for the recommittal of the items announcements, reports from committees, and notices of motions given orally.
Announcements.
Also laid on the table of the House is the report of the Standing Finance Committee of the House of Representatives, consisting of all members of the House, on the first supplementary estimates for the financial year 2025-2026.
Report from committees.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay on the table of the House a copy of the report of the Standing Finance Committee of the whole House of Representatives, consisting of all members of the House, on the first supplementary estimates for the financial year 2025-2026.
Notices of motion given orally.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move, be it resolved that the report of the Standing Finance Committee of the whole House of Representatives, consisting of all members of the House, on the first supplementary estimates for the financial year 2025-26, which was laid on the table of the House on the first day of July 2025, be adopted. Mr. Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion.
Public business.
Mr. Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
The question is that the standing order be suspended to enable the minister to take the motion, notice of which he gave earlier. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? Ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that the motion be approved.
The question is that the motion be approved. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? Ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, we had laid on the House motion the conch export levy, rate of levy, on the 13th day of May 2025. Now, the conch export levy, rate of levy order 2025 is in relation to the Conch Export Levy Act, which its main purpose is to facilitate the imposition of a levy to be paid on each pound of conch exported during each conch season pursuant to Section 3 of the Act. This Honourable House will recall that the levy which was imposed last year for the 2024 conch season was at the rate of 50 cents in the currency of the United States of America, or its Jamaican equivalent per pound of conch exported. I have decided not to increase the rate of levy at this time. Therefore, the rate of 50 cents in the currency of the United States of America, or its Jamaican equivalent per pound of conch exported, remains in place for the 2025 conch season. It is important to note that Section 11 of the Act stipulates that any exporter who fails to pay the levy commits an offence and is liable to summary conviction in the parish court. In the exercise of the power conferred upon me as minister, pursuant to Section 31C2 of the Act, on May 9, 2025, I made the order for an exporter to pay a levy at the rate of 50 US cents, or its Jamaican equivalent, to the Veterinary Services Division for each pound of conch exported during the 2025 conch season. The object of the order pursuant to Section 3 of the Act is to legally require a person who proposes to export or who exports conch to pay to the Veterinary Services Division a levy of 50 cents in the currency of the United States of America, or the equivalent in Jamaican currency, for each pound of conch exported during the 2025 conch fishing season. In the circumstances, given the matters highlighted, I ask that this Honourable House for its full support in affirming by resolution the conch export levy, rate of levy order. I now ask that the motion, notice of which was given on the 13th day of May 2025, be approved.
The question is that the motion be approved. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, it's not intended to do any further business today. I therefore move that the House be adjourned for a date to be fixed.
The question is that the House do adjourn now for a date to be fixed. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? Ayes have it. The House now stands adjourned.
a piece for Jamaica. Yeah, yeah. We have to be our brother's keeper. Yeah, yeah. Jamaica live good, yeah. I make we enjoy life, while we feel safe at night. Jamaica live good. I better you and I. No say we future.